There we go. I think we're in. Hello, hello, if anybody's out there. So, quick few things before I start on the actual gameplay. Number one, I have not figured out the journaling thing yet, still. I've been kicking around ideas like attempting to, vlog it, as it were, reading off journal entries that I write, but then I'd want a visual aspect of some kind, and frankly, I just don't have the time to draw a bunch of stuff. I also don't know that I have, the space to do it, as well as, editing video and all that. That is a lot of stuff that would have to go into on top of just writing it, so probably not that. Writing them is a step that would be taken either way. I still don't know exactly where I host the writing, is the thing. So, as of right now, I have summaries of the last game's events written down for my own reference, and the rest of it is just a great big question mark, because time is still a little bit of a premium. I've got a very busy month coming up with work. Probably the next couple of months, honestly, with Mother's Day in May. But yeah, there's just a lot of stuff going on. On that note, there will be no stream next week. I am going to be fully away from computer. Not really any helping it. It's just gonna be how it is. So, nothing next week. We will have to come back in the following week in April. Let's see, what else was there? I wanted to kind of put it to anybody who might be viewing. Last time there were a couple of errors in gameplay because I didn't fully understand how the garden system worked, and it seems to more be that at the end of a season, you get one thing from that garden, kind of your choice, to add to your stores. I thought it was something where you put something in the garden and then you could harvest it regularly, or as needed. To be fair, that would be probably a little bit broken, so I understand why it's not that way, but that does mean that I spent quite a bit of, game time, game resource, trying to get a hold of something that I could put into the garden. Also the garden did get trampled, but at the time I thought it just was a loss of the resource I just put in. No, it's just, it kills the garden for the season, I believe. It was literally in our first week. So, I'm gonna, for fairness sake, put it to you guys. There are essentially two uses of the healing sap that I don't get to use. Just because one got trampled, and then the other was the successful one where I was like, oh yes, it is in the garden now, and I can use it. Neither of those have I used in any sort of potion or anything else. So technically, because I did do the gathering for them successfully, I might have them in storage. However, also, the garden is gonna be not useful for the entire season, even though it was the first week. So, do you guys think that I should just put 2 instances of the healing sap into my storage? Or should I, abandon them because I was not thinking of that at the time? Should I maybe keep one and abandon the other? I don't know what seems fair in hindsight. Also, in hindsight, it turns out, when I was making my compilation notes, we had a guy with, hover hives in, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd week. I accidentally looked at the intermediate ailments list, and that's where I got that. I was scouring the beginner one, trying to write down details of the hover hives in my notes for reference, and that's when I realized the mistake. So sometimes the PDF that I use, I will navigate using the menu on the side, and I click on the segment, and occasionally it'll skip me, forward a couple of pages by accident. It has been easy to notice in the exploration bits because all of those are differently color-coded, so I can tell when I'm trying to explore, Glimmerwood, which is green, it suddenly skips me to, the Loch or something, which is blue. And so I'm like, something's wrong here. What could it be? the ailments are all the same color, so I didn't even realize that's probably what happened. Anyhow, we did at least get, like, the easiest, probably, of the intermediate ailments, so I didn't even notice then that it was hard, so, that part doesn't actually affect any gameplay. I didn't get any extra gold from it. I didn't get any extra reputation from it. Silver, not gold. So, honestly, I am okay just leaving that be and carrying on, but just for knowledge's sake, know that that was a whoopsie. And so we might see hover hives again once we move into intermediate, which we are literally potentially one potion away, assuming we don't lose reputation on anything. Other things. I was pleased to get through, like, the full first 4 weeks of spring last time, because I like to go kind of fast. However, I am sort of sitting here like, the game is intended to go a little bit slower. I don't know if it's just a way that I play it. It's intended to be, like, journaled as you go along, which is a much more leisurely pace, whereas what we're doing here is we are explaining events, discussing events, and briefly describing things, and carrying on. And I don't know if I'm going too fast for intended gameplay experience, per se. So if you think I should slow down, I can try. And maybe we take little breaks in between things. Maybe I try to, like, lean in, settle in, and describe a little bit more of stuff going on. But right now I am very much in summary mode and just trying to, like, talk through things fairly quickly. Let's see. I would love to compile a list of, like, NPCs, just basic things like, here's name, here's, like, occupation, gender, are they natives to High Rannoch, do they live there, are they travelers coming through, or adventurers coming to test themselves in Heroes Hollow, and just kind of make my own little, like, jar of slips or something that I can draw from for future ailment stuff. So to that end, if you guys come up with anything and you want to just put, like, here's a name, here's, you know, this guy is the lumberjack in town, or a woodcutter, this guy is a hero who adventures around the area, this is a merchant who sells, I don't know, pots and pans through various towns, just, you know, pop them in, like, a comment or something. Maybe on this video, maybe after this I'll make a post to compile them, whichever works. And then in the future I could potentially just kind of pick names from a list, or from a jar if I have enough of them or something, and then we can just go, oh, okay, you know, this is afflicting this so-and-so. Because I'm good with, like, tailoring things as they come up as well, because, you know, the hover hives made sense for, like, a hunter who's out there in the wilderness and might have run into something, and it's real dangerous because he sleeps out in the open a lot. But also, sometimes things just strike at random. Sometimes things don't have a perfect, clean, like, this makes sense for this character. This type of, character or profession or what have you. And then I'm good to just kind of randomize it a little. So if you've gotten an idea, then feel free to throw it at me at any time, and perhaps I'll be able to use it in the future, even if it's not immediate. I guess my one final thought is I do technically have this thing on low latency instead of ultra low. I'm already having a little bit of trouble with YouTube apparently sometimes not being able to keep up on the stream. However, I don't know if that makes it difficult to give input on things if I speak very quickly. I think that it was okay a little bit last time. I got some good input, but I don't know if I maybe just keep going too fast and then you just go, oh well, we'll just go with that. So, we might want to keep an eye on that. Maybe at some point we can test it, but as it is, I don't know if anybody's in a position to put anything in the chat, so we'll just hold off for a moment. for right now, we are going into the 5th week of spring. That would be basically the 2nd month of it. There's no formal comparison to calendars, so if you assume something like, oh, the 1st month of spring might be March, maybe, then the 2nd week is probably the beginning of April. So, gameplay-wise, we are not too far off course from where we are in reality as I stream it, which is a fun little thing to have in mind. However, for right now, let's go ahead and get started with the new witch in towns next week. So, what stumbles in through Viola's door? We are still on the novice ailments because we are reputation 10 and intermediate starts at 11. So, I draw the card into the usual spot. I probably should have made a special little place to plop these, but ah well. Okay, I'm pretty sure we've seen a king before in the novice ailments. Let me go ahead and... It's pollen pox again. Again. Why does this keep happening? Why is it always pollen pox? Okay, seriously, hold on a second. Out of the novice ailments, we have treated 3, because one of them was accidentally an intermediate ailment I grabbed. Oh, that was a funny novice ailment that compares to the same number. Anyway, of the novice ailments we have done 2 cases of pollen pox and 1 of toad nose. Queen and 2 kings, and yet another pollen pox has walked in the door. Oh my god. Okay, so a rash and a cough. And, remembering what all that was, it was basically what? The hair, yep, the hog hair and pixie fur. Ha! Guys. Okay, what terrible, unfortunate individual has come in with pollen pox this time? Shall it be somebody new? Shall it be a return case? Is one of the travelers back yet again with more pollen pox because they thought they'd be fine this time and they weren't? Any thoughts? Any thoughts at all? Go ahead and share them. I am going to make my notes of the ingredients so we know what we're going for yet again. Oh no. Another merchant. So somebody new this time. Pair of 4. Forest 5. For cough. Alright, where's the pixie fur? It's in Moonbreaker Mountain. Okay. Pixie fur. You know, it's very fair, I think, for pollen pox to afflict a lot of travelers because they're not necessarily used to the area. I think I scrolled past it. There it is, pixie fur. Mountain 6. Alright, and that'll take care of rash. My goodness, guys. My goodness. Okay. So, another merchant. I'm just gonna throw a name out. This one's Michael the Merchant, because alliteration and, pollen pox. This is just what we're dealing with at this point. So, what does this merchant sell? What do they move through this area? It might not be something that is bought or sold here. This could just be a stop on the road. Or perhaps they're here for a little while. Maybe there's a little bit of a spring market happening. Nothing major, just a gathering time from various areas, like a farmer's market, but occasionally a traveler will take a little bit of advantage. Just go ahead and stop, set up a stall, make a few extra sales that maybe they wouldn't elsewhere. Okay, let's see. Let's say for irony, Michael sells handkerchiefs. He sells handkerchiefs, little bits of cloth, little useful items. Pot holders, maybe a few rag rugs, because he'll buy up people's, like, old rags that aren't really good for much anymore. But some of the work is really nicely made and embroidered hankies. And he has gone through his entire personal collection in the span of a day. His eyes are streaming, his nose is running, and every hanky he owns is a sodden wad cast upon the table. He is sniffling, he is miserable, and when he asked how people can bear this, he was pointed in the direction of the local witch and told that she has a remedy. She's helped with this before. She's probably pretty decent at it at this point. Real quick, just for ease of everything, I'm just going to see if we have reagents on hand. It does not look like we have those two, and it makes sense. We don't usually get extras. So, he comes sniffling in. He doesn't need a place to stay. It's not dangerous. It's just driving him nuts, and he will pay for a remedy if we have it as promised. We tell him it'll just take a little time. We need to go and source the ingredients fresh from the forest and the mountain. But we'll be back with a little hair of the hog. He doesn't know how literal we are being. So, let's head first to the forest. That is a search of 5. That should not be up there. That was left over from last time, and I forgot to clean up after myself. Whoops. Alright. Glimmerwood Grove. Let's go ahead and see how quickly we can find this thing. Draw a card. Immediately get a joker, which is a clue to what happened with Agnes. Alright, guys. So, a joker isn't going to help us find any hog hair. Backstory for merchants, yes. New band of bandits infesting main trading road between capital and port cities. Unprepared merchants try going through local meadows. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're kicking up all sorts of pollen, especially with their wagon wheels and their oxen or horses. Just cropping things as they rest or take breaks. Yeah. Band of bandits, I like that. That's definitely something for some adventurers to maybe look into, but it's not going to happen until there's a nice good big bounty on them in all likelihood. For right now, we've got some first steps. Let's go ahead and do one more in the first steps, but if I get the same clue, we will go on to the next tier of clues, because we've gotten a couple so far. So I draw for this. On a queen. That is something we've gotten before. I found Agnes's old wand that was broken in the trash heap that was kind of buried out back. So that is going to be moving into the next stage of clues. Queen, you find out about a seemingly golden opportunity that the old witch passed up. What was it? Do you have any idea why? All right. So, I'm going to say that this happens as we're preparing to go out to Glimmerwood, just to give a little more opportunity for somebody to be talking about it. let's say that Michael the merchant has actually come through here before, just not in the spring, so the pollen didn't really hit him as hard. At that time, perhaps there was a different reason to sidetrack. Not necessarily bandits on the main road. Maybe he came out by choice. Maybe he was visiting somebody who lived here at the time that he knew. So he has met Agnes before. She might not have been the most talkative, but even so, he likes a bit of gossip. And he remembers talking to some of the locals at the time. Let's see, what golden opportunity would Agnes have been offered? We know from previous things that she was very good at enchanting items and artifacts, things like that, on top of potions and taking care of people. Let's see, there was something else that we learned. I think that it was just that and the wand, to be honest, from what I recall. So yeah, she was very good at enchanting things. The golden opportunity might have been some manner of commission or employment or something like that. Oh, right, it was also what she was very good at. She was good at, no, the something she was good at was enchanting. Right, I forgot. Huh. Alright. Let's see. She was very good at enchanting. She might have been offered a commission of some kind, you know, something along the lines, the golden opportunity of, instead of commission, maybe she was offered, like, opportunity to go off and, like, almost focus train that art, like going to college almost, but and then some. Like there was a like a focus on that sort of thing, workshops, like some massive thing in the big city where very skilled mages and enchanters can gather together and invent new things, advance the art. Maybe at one time she got an offer to go there, to join that collective and just enhance her abilities. Spend time amongst, like, in a way, like minds, innovators, things like that. She turned them down and chose to stay put in High Rannoch, dealing with people's stuffy noses and warts. We might not know her mind in this choice, but we know that Agnes was always very no-fuss. Maybe for all that she was very good at and maybe even enjoyed enchanting, she didn't want to make a career of it. Maybe she felt that taking care of people was more important than making things. The merchant heard the gossip. He has no further insight. He never really knew her that much, just maybe met her once. He doesn't know himself why anybody would pass up that kind of opportunity. Living in the big city, probably making a great deal of silver. Why would you choose to stay put out here in this backwater? I'm gonna write that down real quick. Alright. With that, I'm actually going to remember to put on the correct music instead of my generalized background. We are going to go ahead and go into Glimmerwood. And actually do some searching. So, real quick, get back to the right page on my thing. There we go. Alright, so aiming for a 5 or better. Okay, technically the first one did get us a foraging point. Oh wait, the sickle lets us get 2 foraging points now. So that's 2 per failure. Cool. Okay. Okay. On a 4. Oh, this is fun. A jealous truffle hunter mistakes you for a competitor and takes a pot shot at you. Unfortunately, it hits. You have to take some time to heal the wound. Do you curse them? If so, what does the curse do? And decrease the timer by 1. So we lost 1 by being caught up in gossip earlier. We lose 1 just from the event in general, and we lose another 1 from the event being that specifically. However, we do get 2 more foraging points. Alright, so this goddamn truffle hunter out in the forest sees us rooting around in the underbrush, where, to be fair, a lot of hogs go through, and therefore truffles might exist. And they take a pot shot at us with, let's say with a small, like, short bow. It's not a bad hit, but it does glance through, like, shave off some skin and go through a little bit of muscle. As Viola is sitting there cursing and trying to patch up the wound, the truffle hunter is just shouting, you know, well, just don't go around here. This is where this is my area. This is my stake. And they go stomping off. Does Viola curse them? I think that at the very least there's a verbal curse. Whether or not some latent little bit of magic takes hold in the words, well, she might not have put deliberate power behind it, but then she is very new to this whole witching thing. She might not have realized how much power words have. Oh yeah, transforming his nose to a pig snout might just be within our capabilities. At the very least, we could end up saying something that gradually upturns his nose in a way that is reminiscent. And it could be that the phrasing is something along the lines of just like, you know, like truffles so much. What are you, pig? You should start looking like one, then everybody will know what you are. It's just muttering as she is winding some extra fabric and gauze around the wound. Takes a while. She has to haul herself upright using another branch dragged from the underbrush. It's not as good as the last staff she had. There's a bit of a deep crook and bend in it that makes it unwieldy and ungainly to lean upon, but it's what she has at the moment. She limps off in search of the boar hair, hoping that the stupid truffle hunter tromping through the underbrush hasn't scared them all off. On a queen, there is definitely going to be a little bit of hair of boar. So, Viola finds a few tufts caught in some bark where a specimen had probably given itself a back scratch, given the height. As she folds the tufts into one of her little envelopes for dry materials and tucks it away in her satchel, there's a sound from a little further up the slope. She looks up. She spots a unicorn there, gleaming silver and white in the light that filters through the trees. For a moment, everything is quiet and still. And then it turns and vanishes into the light. If your reputation is below 20, the unicorn just takes off, which is the case here. It's a small thing. Almost makes the twinge of pain in the leg worth it. But now there is Pixie Fur to find. Takes some time getting up to the mountain, especially with a wound slowing her down. She decides to take it easy and hope to find some on the lower slopes, if at all possible. So Pixie Fur has a value of 6. As Viola begins to explore, just barely not. There we go. Oh, I did forget that the crow technically would have helped with hunting in the forest, so that 4 would have been able to find it. Oh well, we are carrying on. I am full of forgettings, but that's fine. On a 5 on Moonbreaker Mountain, our good friend the balloonist has come by once more. So let me, let me go ahead and get correct music going. Where's my mountain? There it is. Okay. There we go. Let's see. Our good friend the balloonist. I believe that was, Rye. Yep, Rye. An eccentric balloonist lady has just spotted us from above for probably, I think, the 3rd time since we got here and started doing this, and has come down once more, calling out, "Hey, want a lift again?" Viola waves back and says, "I'll take a little bit, but I don't want to go very far up." Gestures to the leg. "What happened there?" Territorial truffle hunter in the woods. "This is why I stick to the air." Rye gives us a lift to wherever we'd like to go, so increase timer by 1. Let's see. Okay, at the mountains. Rye just keeps finding us on the mountains. So, technically the timer goes up by 1, but we also lose a little bit of time from the event, so basically it's a no-cost event. So, we take a little flight over the mountains and set down in a area that should be easier walking, both to and from. Rye waves us off, heads back into the sky. A queen is definitely going to get us what we need. Ah! We've run into this before as well, and I don't know how I keep getting the same events in the same places. Like, I'm wondering if the randomization is a little bit off, but the Joker's never come that early before, so it must not be. Anyhow, yeah, we have once again come face to kneecap with our good friend Lau, the friendly Fomorian. So, technically this event is taking shelter once more from the rain. However, I didn't describe it raining earlier, and we did just take a balloon trip. So let's say that it's not raining right now. Instead, Lao just comes upon us and says hello, invites us into the cave for a little bit to take a load off. He has a little bit of cave moss that he packs into his own scrapes sometimes, and it does a lot for both simulating healing, not enough for a proper reagent, but just enough to be soothing on a cut. Lao invites us in, lets us sit down, mentions that he did swat a few pixies recently, and he actually gathered a little bit of fur, remembering that we had use for it before. Hasn't run into us since, but if we need it, we can have it in this case. Given that we did get a queen to successfully gather it, I think that seems fair enough. So, happily we take the pixie fur, spend a little bit of time just sitting and chatting. I'll say in this case, we decide not to spend too much more time out here. We just head straight back home. We mix up our Harrow the Hog potion and administer it to Michael the Merchant. With that, all of the fur and hair in the potion does an admirable job at sopping up the snot from inside. And with that, we are on downtime for the week. I'm just going to go ahead and say that at least one lot of downtime is spent recovering. After that, we're pretty free to explore, to do things flavor-wise. Ah, yes, I almost forgot. With the successful administering of the potion, we are up to intermediate. Reputation. I believe we also got our 20 gold. Neither of those ingredients does poison or sweet, so there is no addition to it. Okay, there we go. Let's do a little bit of shopping, I suppose. It doesn't take time, it just takes declaration of intent. So, what are some of our tools and upgrades? For tools, we've got we got the sickle, which is good. We have 76, not enough for the Athame if we wanted to use the ritual circle in the village. We do just barely have enough for a coracle if we want to navigate the blast fire bog. Let's see. Other than that, we could go ahead and invest a little silver into a hive, which will give us some honey, so we can add 1 point of sweet to 4 potions per season. So that could be good. Everything else is currently out of our price ranges right now, so basically what we have is either holding off, we can get a coracle in order to open up the blast fire bog, which is a subterrane in the forest, or we could get a hive and keep some bees. Now, in-character reasons, or out-of-character reasons, either way, for any of those. Blast Fire Bog opens us up to more ingredients, reagents, and potentially reagents that could be easier to find there. For example, it is easier to find fairy dust. It's easier to find shield cap. We can more easily get a hold of surgeon sap or princess toads in the bog. Coffee caps. A snake's promise, though, you need a wand to get that, so that's off in the future. Amethyst antlers. Things like that. There might even be some that are like, yeah, instead of going to the dungeon, you can go to the bog for certain things, for example. So it's just more options for things like that. Otherwise, we did characterize Agnes's wand using old wand, very old wand, using materials from the bog. It's not necessarily something that is mechanically supported by the game, but it could be flavor-wise something we can look into. Alternatively, holding on to the money can be good for gathering up for more expensive things in the future. On the other hand, going and spending it on, let's see, what was it, the hive, gets us more money faster, because it either clears poison or cancels poison with a point of sweet, which could keep the price of potions from dropping, or it can get us a little bit more. I think that you're right. I think the beehive is probably the best thing to get very early on, because 4 potions in this season means that I could potentially put it on 1 potion, like, every week. There's only going to be 7 more potions this season. So, 4 of them, that's more than half, technically. So, I think that you're right. I think that the thing to do... I'm going to put 1 plot garden, 1 trampled for right now, and then I'm going to put hive for uses per season. I'm just going to put hive 1, because you can technically get more of them. Alright, it's a little hidden underneath all this, but there it is. I might want to start putting little, like, pips of color for each use or something like that. It's another thing that I had not considered I might have to track. But I can do that relatively easily. So, there we go. Okay. Okay, and that is 50 silver, so we are down to 26 in our little lockbox at home. So I'm gonna say that that doesn't take shopping, but it is basically we go into the village, we find somebody who remembers putting up the hives for Agnes, like years ago. We get to talking, and they mention how much silver it would be to source the materials, to put it together, and everything like that, to get hold of the stuff that it takes to lure bees in. And we decide to make that investment. A good source of honey on hand is worth quite a bit. So, while we are out and about, the hive is built. In the meantime, our hurt leg is feeling a lot better from the truffle hunter's shot. Let's say that they came from maybe another village that's out beyond the forest. They kind of roved fairly far in their search, but so did we. So there might not be someone we run into very often. It shouldn't be terribly awkward seeing them in town. However, in the future, if we run into them again, or if there's some reason to, we might notice the pig snout. For right now, we don't know. Agnes has, not Agnes, Viola has no idea. Let's see. We got a hive. So, basically the hive is going to be ready for us by the end of the remainder of this week. For narrative reasons. Let's see. Oh, I think that I forgot to check the mountain flip of coin for the pigs, actually. So I do need to try and remember that. We've got 1 more pig to find before the end of the season, and it's somewhere in the mountains, but we have not come across it yet. Alright. You know what? I think that it's fair enough to maybe just do a little bit of exploration of an area, just to see what happens. Where have we not really gone a lot? Heroes Hollow, perhaps? I feel like we haven't done very much in Meltwater Loch. A little bit in the village. Let's see. Oh, and I did kind of forget that we've got Virgil the Mink. We've got our little friend, our scout. So, let me go ahead and remind myself what my little scout can do. Because that might have made a difference in some things, and I am going to be full of mistakes right now, because I am working on it. Scout is increase all ailment timers by 2. Okay, so it was not applicable for that, but I am going to make a note of it. Okay. Oh, there's so much stuff to remember. Alright. Let's see, let's go ahead and... I want to go ahead and, spend some time wandering around the village, honestly. We've done a bit of it before. That's how we ended up with the farmer that lost his pigs, and things of that nature. Let's see. What reagents of the village might we look for that could be useful? We don't have a wand, so we can't get a hold of those. Let's see. Hiker's Helper or Wild Rose seem the most potentially useful. We've found Hiker's Helper. We don't have any Wild Rose. We just kind of keep losing it seems. So let's go ahead and just do a little hunt for the rose. Hello. The story so far is we've had yet another case of pollen pox. They just keep coming in with it. We dealt with that. We got shot by a truffle hunter who got a little too enthusiastic about his territory. Saw a unicorn, but did not get to meet it because our reputation is not high enough for that. Yeah, now we're just in downtime trying to find little things. We've got a hive being built so we can add honey to some potions for extra silver later. Oh, it wasn't shot by the truffle, it was shot by the truffle hunter. A truffle hunter thought that we were poaching his territory and took a pot shot. Probably goes through the forest armed, just because if you are going to get charged at by something, you want to be able to try to slow it down so you can get up a tree. Unfortunately, they shot the village witch instead. No, the gun is the probably not gun, maybe like a crossbow or something. That is self-defense. Or idiocy, as the case may be. The truffle hunter is going to be developing, over time, a pig-like snout because of a muttered curse. So, he didn't get off scot-free. Alright, let's go ahead and see if we can find a wild rose while we're out here in the village. So that is a 4. It shouldn't be too hard, but you never know. You absolutely never know. We'll get it in 2 pulls of the cards even if we get very low exploration numbers. Because of just the sickle we have that adds points. So, let's go ahead and see what there is in the village. And I have been consistently drawing 1 number below the threshold that I need. Smelf defense, no. I have consistently been drawing just 1 number below the number that I actually need for the first event in every search that I've made for a reagent so far. This has been amazingly consistent. So, on a 3 in the village, you see a bard busking outside the Copper Fox who has managed to drum up quite the crowd. What makes their music so interesting? Do you drop a silver in their case? And do any lyrics stick with you? Alright. Okay. Gosh, do we have any lyrics that would stick with us? I don't know. I think it's lyricless. I think that they are just playing the music. 1 second. I think that I want to do something real quick with this. Hold on. Let's get this going. That's not the one I was after, but it works. Whoops. Every time I hover over the menus of music, it just goes away. One-man band, he's got the drum and xylophone and kazoo and trumpet. Alright, that's even better. That is even better. Yes. Yes, he has an entire contraption strapped to him. He is marching in place to make the cymbals on his knees go off. He is, tooting along the xylophone that's hanging in front of his mouth or turning his head to blow the kazoo. He's got the drum strapped to the front. He's got, various cords strapped to his elbows that move levers and and make other sounds go off. There are bells on his, bells basically tied to his hat, and he shakes it occasionally. It is fascinating. Simon the Symphony? Alright, that's getting written down. Is he a traveling bard, or is he a regular here that just kind of keeps, showing up with new additions to the ensemble? Either way works. I just need to know if I'm putting him in visitors and passersby, or in, the regulars of town. Okay, let's see. What is funnier? I'm actually not sure. I think the irregularity might be funnier if he just kind of keeps going away to who knows where and then turning up again. Like, he constantly, just turns up like a bad penny, with something new and something added. So, let's see. I think that he is a little bit of a visitor. He might not live terribly far away. He's not from, like, the big city or anything. He is not in this for a living. He is in it for love of the game. Nevertheless, the uniqueness of the act does actually earn him a fair bit of silver that just kind of gets thrown into the hat, mostly because people at this point are just curious to find out what on earth he's going to show up with next. Folds everything in his big oversized drum-shaped cart. Yep. Drum-shaped cart pulled by a drum-shaped pony. They vaguely are anyway. This one is just even more so. I think that we do toss the silver in, just, again, there's this morbid curiosity, and also, Trombone the Pony, don't hit me with that! There is that morbid curiosity, and also the sense of, there is a fair bit of silver in there, I mean, there must be something worthwhile to it, just throw one in, just a little clink. And there's just that sort of, brief pause in the drumming, and the sound of a woo slide whistle of appreciation before the song continues. Occasionally there are other breaks for, little toots and horns and and kazoo noises. We stand there for a good long while before heading out and continuing to search for the, wild roses. Alright. We head out and gain just a little bit of a distance, but you can always hear him somewhere in the village. On a 6, we definitely have found the flowers, so I'm just gonna go ahead and write that down real quick, and then we're gonna find out what the event was. So, we are just gonna copy this, edit that, put it in. And where is my... there it is. Bones and skin. Good to have, just in case. Okay. Save changes. Perfect. Alright, on a 6. What does that give us? Ah! Nice. The baker spots you passing and waves you over. They ask how your day is going. We tell them all about Simon the Symphony over on the corner and next to the Copper Fox. The baker laughs and says, he's been a regular. What's he got this time? Has to spell out what Simon had last time because Viola has not seen this man before in his act. Eventually, it is determined that probably the new thing that he's turned up with is the kazoo. The baker then offers some bread and a songberry, which I can't remember if I have any songberries on hand. I think I used them all, but that is also a very useful thing that adds some sweet to a potion. So let me go ahead and get into edit again, so that I can copy the songberry from Glimmerwood. Let's see, where is it? Songberries! Copy. Paste. Adds 1 point of sweet, and berries can be crushed for mood. Okay, there we go. So I'm trying to sell that funny thing to the duck hunters last week. Guess he decided to just add it to the performance instead. The duck hunters have their own wooden duck calls that they crafted by hand, and they are very proud of them and did not need another thing from who knows where else. Alright. Ah, guys, what's the baker's name? The baker is going to be a resident of the town. They deserve a name. Alright. Also, baker, a man, a woman, old, young. What are they like? No reason at all, Mercutio. Okay. I'm getting a little Shakespearean here. Alright, okay. Young, very passionate about his job and pastries in general. Do you think the bread we were given is a little bit of a new recipe he's trying? Something with maybe some local herbs folded into the, kneaded into the dough right before it's rested and then baked? I think that makes sense. He wants to have a little bit of feedback on how it tastes and how long it works. Okay, yeah, berry and seed bread. Okay, yeah, yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna note that down. Seed and berry bread. Bread is experimental. The songberry was just maybe a little leftover that he had. He's passing it out for, like, taste comparison. Baked versus fresh. I'll say the baked ones definitely don't have the songberries' unique properties, but also it's not like the berries were prepared in the same way we would for a potion anyway. Let me just see. Yeah, it's crushed for mood, so, like, we're happier upon eating it, but it's definitely not on the same tier as can put this in a potion. There we go. Alright, spent a little bit of time doing that. Let's see, 2 more units of time. How silly would it be to go to the mountains and just try to find something there? I think that we're unlikely to find anything unless we get very lucky, but there's always wandering. There's always wandering to be done. Let's see, not a lot there. I managed to use the wrong color to highlight mountain there, but that's okay, I'm not minding it. Do you want to go hunting for glitter snow just for the hell of it? Let's go hunting for glitter snow just for the hell of it. There's only 2 slots of time left, so we might not find it, but it's only a 4 to search. And we haven't really gone through the mountains, so it's possible we find a pig instead. Let's take a hike. Alright. Moonbreaker Mountain. So. Heading on up. We draw a face card, which means there is no chance of Piggy. Instead, on a jack. Oh! On a jack, we find the little bit of field where there once was a golem. The grass is slightly yellowed. There's the signs of a depression worn into the soil where it used to lay. We can sit and spend just a little bit of time there, thinking about what the golem has been up to recently. It's been trying really hard to figure out the schematics for the altar, the enchanting workbench that we'd found in the cabin, in the cottage. It's had a few setbacks along the way trying to puzzle them out, put things together. It managed to somehow assemble a table for the space completely the wrong way around. On one end of the table, there are 2 table legs, going down as you'd expect. On the other end of the table, there are 2 table legs going up on the wrong side. The golem still tried to set the table into the nook. It didn't really work, and it had to be pulled out and completely disassembled. So, right now, the golem is probably working on that for time being. Come to that. Is there anything that we'd want to name them? Maybe we haven't decided yet. It came from the mountain, but somehow naming a mountain or boulders or boldy just doesn't seem quite right. Moss Man, perhaps? Moss for short? Lichen? We can consider that for the future. For right now, they don't seem terribly bothered by not having a name, as it were. Looking around, we don't see any signs of the reagents. The snow is probably further up. Mossy McMossface is something that occurs and is probably discarded. Moss might do. we will go ahead and, let's see. We actually have 2 chances, so we probably will find the snow, if we don't find it on this exactly. No, wait, a jack was enough. A jack was enough. The snow was a 4, and the jack I don't know what I was thinking. So we do indeed find and gather up some glitter snow. I got so distracted by the golem that, I forgot that a jack is much higher than a 4, numerically speaking. We scoop up some glitter snow into a jar, enchanted to maintain temperature and to keep it from melting. So we currently have a fair spread of things. Let's see. We could always search for maybe just one more thing. Something that we might not find. We might not have the time to, but who knows? Who knows? Let's see. Nothing that is exclusive to the Isles, because we can't reach those yet. There are floating islands high above the mountain peaks. They drift in and out of the clouds. Completely out of reach to us, at least for time being. You know what? Let's just see if we can find any candy rock, any remnants of that illiterate sorcerer's curse. So Candy Rock has a minimum of 9, and I already drew a 5, so I'm just going to count that. That definitely does not let us find it, and I'm not even going to track the points because we're not going to get to 9 in the 2 spots we have left. On a 5. It's our balloonist friend, so our timer goes right back up. Rai just keeps spotting us from the air without fail. I feel like at this point, it's almost like she's looking for us as she flies over the mountains. Alright, let's accept that lift and take a little bit of another trip for the second time just this week. Oh, wait. I did have to... That was a non-face card. I do have to flip a coin for pigs. So, 1 is no pig, 2 is yes pig, I believe. So... I do have to flip for... no pig, so it does stand. Rai does show up. So, Rai has once again appeared. Alright, I swear if she sets us down and then we find Lao again, I'm gonna start thinking there's a conspiracy of some kind. I don't know what, but something. Okay. So, we get a little bit of a lift. We have a little bit of a journey. We ask, actually, Rai, if she's ever gone up to the Isles. I'll say no, because technically we can't gather things. We can't reach the Isles via this balloon. So I'll say that she sticks to lower altitudes because of the Isles, because the cloud banks make it difficult with something as large and cumbersome as a balloon, a hot air balloon, to avoid. Witches on broomsticks, they can zip between, they can make sudden cuts and curves and turns. Hot air balloon comes upon an island very suddenly out of a bank of cloud, and probably you're just gonna end up with a broken balloon. After another flight, she sets us down, waves, and takes off again into the sky. One more try. 2 more tries, technically. On a 2, we definitely don't find what we're looking for as an extra reagent. Let's see if we find a pig instead. We do indeed find a pig. So, no Candy Rock. Instead, just snorts and snuffles in the underbrush. We spend our last bit of time coaxing the pig back out of the mountains and home again. Whoops. Wrong word entirely. Alright. We have returned all the pigs within the season. Glon is overjoyed, and as thanks, offers to till up a little bit more land, another garden patch for us. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and save this, because technically we can get to that event again. So we can either find more pigs for Glon, or we could have another farmer and maybe another livestock. You know, maybe find some sheep, maybe find some geese, something like that. For right now, however, that is us with a new garden plot. And a fresh one at that. We set some masks out just in case. Alright, let's go ahead and recall everything, do a little shuffle, and move on to the next week. Okay, guys. On to spring week 6. So, the cottage is already looking fairly different, mostly on the outside. There's a new garden plot sown with seeds, waiting to see what'll come up. There's a hive set up nearby as a centerpiece for the gardens, already buzzing with bees, already producing. Our reputation has risen in town. We are perhaps going to be trusted with more difficult or advanced cases. The case of hives that we dealt with last month was a little bit of an oddity, a desperation move that perhaps they would not have made if we weren't just convenient, and if I hadn't misread the charts. So, this week, what comes in the door? A 9. This is something called Ventriloquist Cough. Magic 1 star, cough 2 stars for afflictions. The timer is 4. Our little mink scout will make that 6, adding 2 to the timer. A rare ailment that sees the poor afflicted coughing someone else's cough. They make the motion, ending up with a sore throat and a dry mouth. Worst, though, is the thrown sound. Alright, so magic has caused someone else's cough to get thrown to this individual. And this individual is coming in basically saying, I feel fine, I do not feel sick, but I keep and the throat is killing them. Who comes in with this? To be fair, it could be somebody we've met before, it could be somebody new, it could be somebody passing through. There is a way to randomize that, I just need to find the correct page. It's been a little bit, there we go. We can draw a card. There's no mechanical way to work out who the patient is exactly. But if you're feeling a little stuck, then we can do a drawn card, and depending on the suit, heart, it's a villager, diamond, an adventurer. A club is a monster, which is an option we have not really explored, but then we haven't done a lot with Heroes Hollow yet either. And on a spade, it's a repeat patient. Should I go ahead and draw a card for this one? I think it's fair on intermediate to potentially open it up to maybe some monsters coming in with afflictions and ailments. Word is beginning to spread. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. And happily enough, a club is a monster. So, we get our first monster patient. I'm going to say, for the sake of fun, monster can cover a lot of ground. And it can go anywhere from... I'm going to say basically it just means non-human, non-villager, non-adventurer. It could be a pixie. It could be, like, there are vampires in Heroes Hollow. It could be one of those. It could be, like, some other manner of monster. The only thing is it has to be someone who is capable of, like, thinking and knowing of the local witch to go to them for healing and for help. And the ability to pay for it, because that's just part of the mechanics of it. So, we've got to make sense of that at the very least. So. Who comes in? What comes in this case? We have got something very unique. Let's see. Share the thoughts. I'm just going to go ahead and start writing down what I need to about the ailment, because I need magic 1 star, cough 2 stars. Boggart or goblin. Okay, yeah, that could work. Perhaps a goblin. A little goblin from the countryside, kind of around Heroes Hollow. A goblin riding a very large rat. Yeah, okay. My familiar witch is a mink, which is something that traditionally hunts rats, does not like the mount that has come in, but also can't really do anything about it because the rat is genuinely much bigger than he is. So Virgil basically smells something one night and rushes up onto Viola's shoulder, hissing and chittering and making a plethora of noises. Somebody knocks on the door. There's a cough from outside. Viola opens it to see a goblin looking haggard and clutching in one hand a white rag, which he waves feebly, and in the other hand, a pouch that clinks with silver. I hear you do cures. For magic things. You're the witch, yeah? Yes? Knock on the door and cough from the window. The cough is being thrown from the person who actually has a cold. It's being thrown into the goblin's mouth, as it were. The goblin makes another retching motion as if coughing, and then the cough follows just a moment after. I'm not sick. I don't think I'm sick, but I'm coughing like I'm sick. I think it's magic. It smells wrong. Get rid of it. I'll pay. Viola agrees and lets the goblin in and consults the Book of Ailments. Luckily, Agnes left very thorough notes, and with extracting a promise from the goblin to stay the hell put and out of sight and hide if anybody else comes knocking, Viola heads out. So, we're looking for magic 1 star, cough 2 star. We do not have a lot of time. We've got 6 units of time total, and 2 of those are because Virgil is very good at scouting things. Let's go ahead and see what options we even have. We have not done a lot with Heroes Hollow. I'm not sure if that is going to help us, but let's take a look real quick. We could also look in our reagents on hand real quick. because any of those could save us in a pinch. So, is there anything that is cough or magic in all caps? Don't look for magic up in plant or animal. That is not what we're looking for. Pain, lungs, parasite, infection, blood, senses, bones, teeth, nerves, pain, boils, hot, cold, bone, skin. It does not seem so. Glitter snow is magic, and it's 2-star. So technically that could work if we can't find something that cures a magical affliction. Let's see if there's anything else that could potentially be found fairly easily. Cough and magic. Cough and magic. Time, poison, pain. Okay. Dark water does a lot, but it's hard to find. It is 7 in a dungeon, but it's those 3 points of sweet. It can be added raw for cough, hot, and magic, but causes sleep. So basically, I'd have to find 2 of those. It is 2-star, so it is a 2-star cough if it comes to that. Let's see if there's anything else real quick, because there might be better. Magic 1-star, cold rust at 2 in a dungeon would be very easy to find, in theory, because that would cover the magic thing. We just need cough at 2 at that point. And the soda water might be a way to go about it. The glitter snow is unfortunately magic, so if we go for the cold rust, it's not going to save us if we mess up and cannot get the cough. So the cough is something we'd have to search for first, probably. Cough 2. Okay. So the only option in the dungeon for cough 2 would definitely be the dark water. And 3 points of sweet is tempting. However, I'm going to see if there's anything else anywhere else. I don't think there's anything here. I don't remember. Yeah, there's no... Technically, you can find it in the village, but it takes a 13. We'd have to draw a king, and I am not taking that risk over and over again. Moonbreaker Mountain. Is there anything? Cough, 2-star. Cough. Nope. Gold Drink Guano is cough, but it's only 1-star. It's not enough. Let's see. That's up in the Isles. Can't get there. Cold and hot and pain and burning boils and rash and all sorts of lovely stuff like that. Okay, so nothing in the mountains that's going to help us. Is the lock a potential solution? Let's see. Blood, mood, senses, time, nerves, pain, boils, lungs, rash, burn, pain, nope. Honestly, that dark water might have to be what we go for, which is a bit risky. We could end up failing this one, to be quite honest. Hair of Boar is cough 1. We need cough 2. Unfortunately, Hair of Boar is not going to help us in this. Golden Guano is 1. Okay. Glimmerwood Grove, that's our last chance. Otherwise, we are looking for dark water for sure. Okay. Senses, cough, Hair of Boar. Teeth, pain, magic, senses, rash. Cold, hot, pain, nerves. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Alright. It seems like our only option for a 2-star cough cure really just is dark water. And we do not have access to the strange yet. So we have to hope that we find it in the dungeon relatively quickly. Now, we do have the advantage of the foraging points stacking up relatively quickly. And if we absolutely run out of time and we can't go searching for even the two foraging, like, magic thing that was in here, then we at least can fall back in glitter snow. We just have to go back. We're not going to lose time from traveling because everything's in the hollow. We might have a chance, aside from traveling home. Okay, let's go for it. I think that this is going to work. So, Darkwater Dungeon 7. We got 3 sweet, and cough 2-star. After that, whoops, I always forget that does that. On magic, 1 star. Let's see, what was it? Cold rest. Okay. Okay. I think we've got a plan. We've got a plan and we've got at least some hope. So, unfortunately, we must now go to Hero's Hollow. We've stopped here once before, I think. It's not a place that we frequent. It's not a place Viola goes to often. She hasn't really explored here. It's a place that she might not like overly much. It's just a little too dark, a little too spooky, and you never know what's around any given corner. Place she's heard is a labyrinth below the first level. She doesn't know well enough that she's confident on not getting lost. But the books left behind by Agnes make it clear that the Hollow is a place full of magic and reagents, and with a ventriloquist's cough, that might just be the place to search. The first thing that we're going to look for is dark water. The thing that we are relying on the most, as we have something technically that could work for curing the magic side of the ailment. The severity of the cough, however, is something else entirely. We're aiming for a 7 or better, and we begin to search. A 9 is gonna be enough, as we are very lucky. Alright. We go searching. The dark water is something that we find that we'd be looking for in old bottles and flasks, things discarded, left behind, and, if fortunate, still filled. We come across one. Dark brown glass that sloshes. Uncorking the top, there's a prickling scent to it. Close it off again and tuck it away. We had to go fairly deep to find it. And as we're packing it into our bag, we hear a voice. Hello? Hello, is anyone out there? Oh, please don't eat me. Who is it? We call out. Just a witch. Oh, is that a bad thing? Not in this case. Coming around the corner, peeking at first, and then emerging with relief. There's a scared-looking newbie adventurer. So new their gear is still shiny and the leather still creaks stiffly with every movement. Oh, thank goodness, you're not a... You're real, right? You're not a illusion or disguise or... Would I tell you if I was? No? But I don't think you'd say that either. Probably true enough. Who are you? What are you doing down here? Oh, my name's, What is the newbie adventurer's name? We might come across them before. Again, in the future. Not before, but in the future. To be honest, I'm thinking a real silly name. I want to see if anybody else has a thought on it, though. I'm being completely influenced by Discworld in this, to be quite honest, because it is outright a name of a very inexperienced adventurer in one of the earliest novels. Alright, I'll just go ahead and say it. The name I am thinking is Nigel. So. Nigel the newbie adventurer desperately wants out of here. Please, can you show me the way out? And last name's Green, because he's green. Yeah, Nigel Green. Green with an E at the end. Old-timey style. Green. Viola hesitates. She is aware that she's on a tight timer. She found the dark water quickly, but Cold Rust should be easy. Does she have much time? Nigel sees this hesitation and immediately assumes that he'll be left behind. Please, I can pay you. All right. No, I can show you out. We decrease the timer by 1 for taking the time to show this adventurer out of the dungeon. Upon exiting the giant animal skull that marks the entrance, seeing the night sky, the stars, the moon overhead, he laughs in relief. Asks which way to town. He is going to the inn and he is going to sleep for a week. Give him directions. We have things to do within before we can head back ourselves. And in thanks, he does insist on giving us 10 silver. So, that is the trade. 1 drop in timer, 10 silver, for showing the adventurer the way out. We can, if this ever happens in the future, and if we're really pressed for time, choose to leave them. But we were in a very good position, having already found our key ingredient, our most difficult one, and thus being able to let him out. Though to be fair, on a 9 for the events card, we're gonna find most ingredients, so. Alright. Nigel goes tripping off across the field in the dark. We go back in. We have one more thing to find. Just one more. And hopefully, it should be very easy to search out. We're looking for a 2 or higher on the card. And if we don't find it now, we'll at least have the foraging points to find it immediately after. Alright. 1 bit of time, and a 5. This is the funniest thing to find after finding a lost adventurer. Oh my god. We barely get back into the dungeon before we find, on the ground, a rough map of the dungeon. It's got a lot of details wrong, but it does point out the location of a reagent. I'm gonna say right now, Nigel bought this map in town, and, like, dropped it or lost it immediately, and didn't realize until he'd gone too deep and went searching for it. It would not have helped him. It still gets stuff wrong. It does point out the location of a reagent. Draw a card and treat it as a dungeon reagent of the same value. Alright, so we did find cold rust on that, so we are all set there. Draw a card and treat it as a dungeon... Ooh! Oh ho ho! Dungeon reagent of 12. Or potentially lower if there isn't one of 12. Let's see what that could give us. Dungeon 8, 9, 7, 7, 6, 10. We could just pick up vampire venom for free. Or foot fungus. Snake's Promise and Innocent Suffering. These technically take wands to collect, but we can just treat it as such. Shockfish. We already have one thing of shockfish. I kind of want to pick up some vampire venom. Okay. So this isn't necessarily a reagent you just find lying around. There's an entire thing about how you're supposed to trick vampires into getting the venom or extracting it while they sleep. So I'm going to say that potentially this is something that we, oh, there we go, that we find as almost a stash left by somebody who extracted it in the past, but for whatever reason didn't think to take it with them. Let's go ahead and just take some, should we take vampire venom actually, or should we take something else? Because we could just grab some foot fungus. It adds poison. But it does fix quite a few things, and it is 2-star. Let's see. We could also take some more shockfish or something that requires a wand normally to grab hold of. Oh, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? This does cover quite a lot of stuff. Pain, sleep, nerves, wound, all of that stuff for Innocent Suffering. Goodness knows why it was just left there. Or should we sort of honor a thing and go, we have to, like, presumably collect this? Yeah, something that requires a wand, like, if it's fully allowed, and I don't see anything that says otherwise, we could just, like, grab hold of a thing. So a Snake's Promise adds 2 points of poison and cures 2 things. I think an Innocent Suffering might be better because it can cure, like, 4 different things here. And it's 2-star, but that is 3-star, but I don't imagine we're gonna run into a lot of 3-star stuff at this level. So maybe an Innocent Suffering is a way to go. We can just, like, find a bottle of it. And kind of make off with, like, an orb of Innocent Suffering. Something that was gathered by a thing in the past that exists in the dungeon that doesn't need a wand necessarily for us to gather because it's already been gathered. It's already been distilled into this form, magically speaking. Let's go ahead and put that in our reagents on hand. Right down at the bottom. Alright, there we go. Alright. Save those changes. We have another thing on hand. With that, we hurry back. And we begin to prepare the potion. A little bit of cold rust. I don't think I read out what that was. There's always fun little flavor things. Blue rust that eats its way through ancient magical artifacts, picking up the object's power as it grows. We scraped some into a glass bottle, something it couldn't eat. And we take it home and crush it down into glittering magical powder. Pour it into the potion, which is made with a base, swirled with the bottle of dark water, A favorite of the demons found in the strange, dark water is a sickly sweet soda that has some useful medicinal properties. Basically, it's old-timey Coke. It's old-timey Coke from a time when Coke had other stuff in it, and stuff that was often used as, like, cures for coughs and things. Let's just put it that way. What should this potion be called? Cold Rust and Dark Water. It's definitely a cough syrup. Should we call it Blue Fizz? Maybe the Cold Rust colors the Dark Water, like, vibrant blue. Alright. We are going to brew a potion of Cold Rust and Dark Water and make Blue Fizz a very powerful magical cough suppressant. Okay. There we go. With that, we cure the goblin. Let's see, the goblin, very grateful, gives us the entire pouch of silver. Now here's the fun thing. As of getting to intermediate, we get 30 gold per potion instead of 20. As well, that's 3 points of sweet. That's 12 extra silver. So we get, 42, if I'm doing the math correctly. 42. So that brings us to 77 silver in our box. I think we should save up. I think we should save up and maybe get a couple of things in the future. Mountain Blue is awful. No. I think it would be technically Dungeon Blue because we found everything down there. Just speaking very technically. Oh no. Oh, okay. So, that brings us to another bit of downtime in between things. So, let's see, what can we do with this? I believe that there is potentially some stuff that could be done in the village. Let's see. Downtime. Is there anything to do? Explore, visit the village, spend time with characters you've met. We can technically skip downtime if we want to. Because we don't have to take it. It's usually very advantageous to perhaps search for foraging items. But frankly, I'm okay with a lot of the stuff that we actually have on hand. And heck it, I'm good just kind of continuing. I'm good just moving on to the next week. Maybe we spend a little bit of time spring cleaning around the cottage, just keeping things up, making sure the bees have fully settled in, as we might start taking honey from the hive fairly soon. Tending as best we can to the gardens, just generally having a quiet time of it. Which, my god, I wish. Let's go ahead and reshuffle. Yes, planting extra flowers for the bees. Absolutely. Yep, I think that we're looking for some stuff that's going to come up with some nice polleny flowers for them to enjoy. Ooh, scattering some clover around to grow. Because, yeah, clover honey, I think is a whole thing, so. Alright, let's go ahead and see what happens in the week that follows. First of all, our ailment. And that is a 4 on intermediate ailments. Real quick, let me get up to them. This is an ailment called restless bones. Usually caught from necromantic ritual sites, this disease causes the afflicted skeleton to try to escape. Thankfully, they aren't good at it, so this mostly causes a tingling feeling. There is no timer on it, so basically we have a full 13, and that's just so we don't lose reputation and look uncaring. Oh, speaking of reputation, we should be at a 12 for that success last time, so let me fix that. Alright. Okay. Oh, goodness. Just real quick, let me double check something, because we could have gotten an extra reputation if we no, we didn't. We got a lot of extra stuff. Didn't think so. So, got it. Okay, so, who has been mucking about at ritual sites, whether accidentally or on purpose? I can draw a card and determine where they come from. So, Doctor, my skeleton itches. That's because it's trying to get out. Exactly. Yes, your bones are restless, don't worry about it. They really can't get through anywhere. This is just gonna be really weird feeling for a while. Let me see if I can fix that for you. Alright, let's see what sort of person. It is definitely a villager. It's not necessarily a repeat patient, but it could be a villager that we know of but haven't really had as a patient before, or it could be somebody completely new. If it's somebody who we've had before, Mercutio, we met, the baker. There's, technically, the kid who trampled our gardens hasn't been a patient. Glon hasn't been a patient. There's the, keepers of the general store, the inn, the village doctor, we haven't really met. Otherwise, we come up with someone new. Let me go ahead and write some things down. We have had Javier the Hunter before, but I was not including him because that would be a repeat patient. And there is a special card for that. I am good to ignore that, though, if it seems interesting. We don't have to hold too tightly to that as a thing. It's an optional thing, not a hard rule. Let's see. Mercutio trying to raise the bread. Okay, no, seriously, how? Did he, usually it comes from necromantic ritual sites. What if it's from a necromantic ritual object in this case? What if he, like, completely misunderstood, or a merchant completely misrepresented something that he bought, and it's like, yeah, this talisman helps to raise the bread better. It's supposed to be really good at raising the bread. You know, I'm not really into, like, the skull motif, but, you know... Memento mori, I guess. I love it. Okay, thank you for the pun. That's always a quick way to my approval. Mercutio the Baker. He just didn't hear, and he's so passionate about his craft. He heard the words raise the dead and thought he heard raise the bread and asked no further questions. And frankly, the person selling it was also gonna ask no further questions. Alright, so the skeleton is tingly, but not currently threatening in any way. Mercutio could, like, conceivably live out the rest of his life like this and be fine? In, like, a chronic kind of way. But frankly, if this goes on until the point that he does finally pass, even if it's like 100 years from now or something, that's just a ready-made skeleton off to terrorize the countryside as soon as it's able to get free. His skeleton itches and some of the loafs are wandering around. He comes to you on the night of the living bread. He's just coming in with, like, the mane and the movement and persona, I guess, of, like, a kid wandering in, like arms slightly akimbo and going, something's wrong, I froed up. I feel funny. Oh god, alright, okay, what do we need for this? We need magic 2, and we need bones 1. Makes sense. What the hell do we have on hand, if anything? Technically we do have magic 2 in the form of glitter snow, and I'm pretty good with that. We can search for more just in case, but we can also just use it. Oh god. Honestly, if we can find something that is pure magic, I wouldn't say no to the extra reputation of doing something, you know, spot on perfect. Shield cap, we have the bones, it's just, again, not quite perfect. So I'm going to search through our lists real quick. Excuse me, I sneeze. Let's search through our reagents that we could find, and just see if there's a way to do this perfectly, because shield cap is teeth and bones. If there's something that is just bones, nothing but bones, like rose ship's bones and skin. Okay, is there anything that is just bones? Bones and bones alones. Not necessarily always the case, but it's worth taking a look. And we can always add a spot of honey to it for taste, but... Okay, I don't see any pure bones in the grove. Let's try the loch. Also pure magic, but I don't think I saw that either. Pure magic, pure bones. One way or the other. Might not be the case here. Ooh, fossil fish. They've got a whole thing, but that's hard to find, and eh. Let's see. Okay, a hermit snail can get a crushed shell for just bones, and it is 1 star. That's enough for the bones thing. I'm gonna hold on to that for just a second. Let's see if there's anything that is just magic and nothing else. So senses and magic, not quite. Cough and lungs, stomach cold. Just magic and nothing else. And ultimately findable. I know that I read something about somebody making an entire, like, spreadsheet in Excel that sorts all of these or has all of these in it, which sounds very useful because I need this, like, sorted simultaneously by where the reagents can be found, by what they can cure, by the stars that they have. Like, I need to be able to sort by all of those things. Alright, all of it is magic combined with something else. And so we've got Hollow and Village real quick. I don't think the Village has anything for magic. It sorta does, but also no. Let's see. My last hope is the Hollow. Is there anything that is magic and magic alone? It does not seem so, but the dungeon is even better than the lock for the hermit snail, to be fair. Ah. It's a shame, but I am not seeing pure and exclusive magic anywhere. So, no matter what, we are not getting the perfection tag on this. But you know what, we have plenty of time, so why not just go out and grab some things? I figure the hermit snail is not a bad thing because the more we wander around the Hero's Hollow, the more likely we are to unlock the strange by special events. So, gonna go ahead and put in hermit snail, dungeon 2. And that will be a shell for the bones. And now we just need something that is 2-star and magic. Technically, if we want to search for dark water in the dungeon, we can. However, we can also go up to, I think it's the mountain with the snow. We could look for Cynic Ivy, but it's not terribly likely, by comparison. Let's see. We can also spend some time up there looking for Candy Rock once we do. Star Shard is only Isles, unfortunately. Can't wait to get to the Isles. We do need to get a broom at some point. Alright. We can just see if we can find a little bit more glitter snow while we're up there. And I don't think that's gonna, like, slow us down or cause us trouble or anything. So, we do have some already, but I like to have it on hand for those times when the timer is real short, and we just do not have the time to go out and do this. So let's do that, and then, if we are so lucky, we could just go for a little bonus, like Candy Rock, Mountain 9, 4 sweet. Okay. Alright. Let's go ahead and start in the Hollow. Just because, while it's easy to find, with a 2, we would then travel to the mountain, then we can spend a lot of time in the mountain searching for Candy Rock. Alright. So, we send Mercutio home with the orders to just kind of carry on. It shouldn't slow him down, but stop scratching, for the love of God. And we get off to the Hollow to do a little searching there. It's gonna take some exploration. Perhaps not very much. We should, with the sickle and everything, find this relatively quickly. Nevertheless, search must be done. Oh, guys, we're finding the fun stuff! Alright, so number 1, we do very quickly find the hermit snail shell. But 2, on a jack, you spy a wooden chest sniffing around further up the corridor. When it notices you, it rushes up and begs like a dog. It seems to want some food. If you have animal reagents, you may feed it. Once you've fed it 3 times, the mimic will follow you as a unique familiar. So, I'm gonna say that the hermit snail, I believe, is technically an animal one, so we could just feed it the hermit snail shell bits that we just found and go searching for some more and find them immediately because our foraging is up by 2, so we will just find it automatically. Let's see. It is definitely animal. Okay. So I'm just going to double check how the tracker for foraging works. If it's automatic as soon as it's full, or if it's you have to go like one more. Let's see. Equal to or greater than. You found it. Note it down. You can only find one at a time. That is done. Gain of foraging points. Once your foraging points are equal to or higher than your reagent's foraging value, automatically find the reagent you're searching for. It does not say you have to draw another card, event card for that. So in a weird way, it could just be that between the foraging values and the event, the height of the card that we got, it is a little goofy, I think. Just because it really only works for the 2 or lower, so it's not that goofy, actually. Okay. Okay. I am convincing myself that we've found such a... With that jack and our foraging values and sickle and stuff, we've found such a trove of the snails, the hermit snails, that we're able to feed some to the mimic as it comes bounding up and begging for food. And then take the shells with us for crushing, for healing the bones. Mimic is fed once. I am going to make another quick little handout thing, a little note to self, as it were. It's always mysterious note when it starts, but... Mimic track. Mimic fed. 1 out of 3. Save changes. So we just need to run across the mimic and feed it 2 more times. And it could be a bit of a tall order, it could be quite a while before that happens, but we can do it. Alright. We feed the mimic, it scarfs down the snails, and then goes galloping off into the night, skittish, avoiding us just a little. It was hungry enough to come up and beg, but not enough to stick around afterwards. We watch it go. And tuck the snail shells away, and head out of the dungeon, turning northward, and walking up to the mountain. Alright, up in the Moonbreaker Mountain. Let's see. We are hunting for a little bit of glitter snow. It should only be a 4 to find. And then if we're so lucky, maybe some candy rock afterwards. Oh yeah, we find the glitter snow. And we also find Lau, our friendly Fomorian giant, who comes by. And, why do we keep finding these two? There genuinely are so many other events in the mountains. There are so many. We have come across Lau the giant 3 times now. We've come across, I think, Rai the balloonist 4 or 5 at this point. It just keeps happening. It just keeps happening. There are so many other events. And yet, they are. They're friends. We have friends! Lau looks down at us and is delighted to see us once more. The weather is once again a little on the cloudy side, perhaps, but not actively raining. He invites us to have a little sit down. He's out on a picnic, sitting on a blanket that's probably about big enough to be a full canvas tarp tent for maybe 2 or 3 people. He's brought a loaf of giant bread that's probably as big around as our entire form. breaks off some smaller pieces for us to eat. And Viola will sit and chat, mention heading up the slopes to get a little bit of glitter snow to help somebody with restless bones. Mentions she's looking perhaps for some candy rock just to help things along. Not really needed, but it's nice to have on hand. Lau points her in the direction of some glitter snow that he found fresh this morning. As for the candy rock, he hasn't seen any recently, but if you spend enough time searching, you're bound to turn up some. Viola finishes her short break, heads up, collects the glitter snow, and then begins to search the area for some candy rock. On a jack. Okay, a jack is enough to get candy rock, and ironically, we once again find a place where the place where the golem rested. The second time in a couple of weeks. We pry the candy rock out of the surrounding cliff face, where there's a vein of it that's been revealed, washed clean by some recent rainfall. It'll do well for adding sweetness in excess to another potion. Maybe this one. Mercutio was very kind to us with that sweet berry bread the other week. Could be worthwhile to dress it up a little bit. Pop that down. So. The golem lately has been continuing to try to source materials now for the altar. The table was correctly built and installed in the nook. But now it's a matter of some of the pieces needing framing, support shelves above for some elements of the altar that need to be elevated, but close. There are holes in the wall from previous studs that held up shelves before, but they all got taken out at some point. And it's a matter of cleaning up old spots, making them ready to accept the shelves again. The golem recently managed to accidentally break an entire board in half while attempting to push it into the space to have it held up by its own tension. He kind of underestimated what was needed for that and ended up bowing a board that was entirely too long for the space by probably a quarter over again until it shattered in his hands. It has been an ongoing process and project with many steps forward and backward, but he'll figure it out eventually. We gather up the candy rock and think for a bit. Technically, we could explore somewhere else. We could continue somewhere. Just to get some more reagents of some kind or other. We have the time. The restless bones aren't going to harm Mercutio at all. So there's no real hurry. The lock could be interesting to explore. Like the hollow, there's something there that if we can uncover it in time, maybe we can find a way somewhere else. The depths. There might also be something that's just useful to have. Let's see what is here. Anything that maybe we'll want to spend a little bit of extra time on that takes a while to do. We can't do anything that requires a wand. And I don't think that the 3 stars are necessarily worth it at the moment. We want mainly 1s and 2s. At least so far. Flood bulb. It's got a higher search thing, lower in the dungeons, technically. So we could go to the dungeon instead of the loch and try to find flood bulbs. If we go to the loch, let's see. A mermaid's gift, potentially, but it's only a 5. Seabass saliva is a 3. I don't think 3 star. I don't think we want to bother with that terribly. Same with fossil fish or weak fish. A dentist crab could be useful to have around because it does cover quite a few things. And so that's a lot of possibilities, and it's 8 to collect. And so, you know, we're guaranteed to get it in 4 if we don't find it right away. Let's go ahead and go for a dentist crab just for the heck of it. So, we lose a little bit of time heading down to the loch. And from there, let's go ahead and start searching. Looking for an 8 or higher. Ooh! We find a clue instead! Alright. First steps, and if we get a repeat, we go to the next one. Let's go. A king. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. You discover that the witch, Agnes, has been making base camps in the different locales. Do you get chances to visit them, and what are they like? I'm going to say we discover one for sure just in the area of the loch. As we are heading out there, we start around the shore, hoping that maybe some crabs have come up onto the pebbly beach. As we're exploring, we find a bit of an alcove in the cliff walls. Something that looks like it's been carved out and shaped further than nature alone would manage. Squeezing in there, again, curiosity and the possibility of a reagent pushing us on. We find a cleared camping space. We find the remnants of a campfire. We find a shelf covered in moss where there might have been a place to sleep, a place with poles and hooks hung up for a tent. There's a hidden stash of a little bit of food, a little bit of camping supplies and necessary items, including, most tellingly, a small stash of ingredients, all gone bad. We don't gain anything mechanically from this. And potions, the same, labeled with Agnes's handwriting. There's a couple of notes to self. Something about some of the things stored in the Glimmerwood camp. Something in the bog. Reminder to self to make more secure the Hollow camp. It's strange. One small... Okay, there is a separate thing for finding the, like, a loved novel. We're saving that for that one, okay? That is a possible clue you can come across. However, that is not this one right now. It's not even a clue that necessarily, like, is going to exist. It's in that Schrodinger's space of maybe we get it, maybe we don't. But... Oh, gosh. Okay. So, we currently do not know why Agnes had these base camps. Why this exists. Was it just convenience? Was it just for late nights out searching for reagents? Was there some other purpose or point to it? Was she intending to go here and stay for a while? Was she ready to duck and cover and hide for any reason? There's nothing here that indicates any of that clearly. Just the fact that they exist, and the fact that she kept and maintained them in various locations. There are no more answers here. We continue to search for crabs, instead leaving the camp behind, taking the notes and things with us. I believe that was a time slot I didn't mark. Okay. A 5 is not enough to find the crab. It does give us 2 foraging points. I don't know if we get foraging points from the jokers, to be quite honest. I'm gonna say it took time, so yes. That seems fair enough. Okay. On a 5 in the loch. Let's see. Where's my meltwater? There you are. Here we go. We take a boat out. As we're going about and searching for crabs on the exposed rocks, you spy a little fishing boat and decide to pull up beside it. The occupant, a jovial dwarf with a top-of-the-line rod, is grateful for the conversation and tells you the best place to find a reagent. We are going to draw a card and treat it as a loch reagent of the same value, or trade with the dwarf for loch reagents with a value of 5 or lower. So I'm good with random. Who is the dwarf? We need a good dwarf name. We need a good name for a fishing dwarf on the loch. Let's see, the dwarf's name is... What shall it be, guys? Name a dwarf. Name a fishing dwarf. A jovial fishing dwarf at that. I know that you're trying so hard to figure out a pun. I know that at least someone is trying so hard to come up with a pun. Go on. Give me your best shot. Give me your best. Hit me. I'm gonna name him Rod if I'm not stopped, by the way. Rockness. Rodrig. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call the dwarf Rod. The Rod... Rod of the Rod. Okay, what kind of reagent do we get? So, let's see real quick. Is it any reagent of the loch? of a certain value that we draw. So let's go ahead and see what we get for value. 4. All right. 4 or basically lower. What options do we have here? There's Slime Shell. We could always grab Slime Shell. That's useful. Deep Reed. Potentially. Let's see. Slime Shell is a number of things. That's a number of things. What else do we have? That is a 4. I think that's pretty much it for 4s. We could go lower, but I'm good with going as high as we can. Deep Reed or Slime Shell. Deep Reed only gets difficult to find in the winter. Slime Shell goes a little down and up in the summer and winter. Let's go ahead and just take a Deep Reed. Why not? Also, absolutely wild that Slime Shell is easier to find in the loch and harder to find in the depths. Usually it's the other way around. Alright, so we are going to get us a little bit of Deep Reed. Let me get my reagents on hand real quick. Edit it. Excellent. Rod Reel Crag Hook. There we go. Okay. I'll take it. Rod Reel Crag Hook. Let me actually get to where I wrote that. There we go. Excellent. All right. So we have more than enough time to continue searching for fun stuff. So why not? Let's go looking for something that's a little more difficult just for the heck of it. Yeah. Oh no, wait, have we even found, hold on. I got lost in my brain. We've not found the crab yet because that was only a 5, so we're still hunting on the crab. Hunting for the crab. Okay. So the crab is 8. Let's keep looking for the crab, actually. We found something else as bonus. Take our leave. We definitely don't find the crab on this one, but we will in a second because our foraging value is about to go up by 2 more. And 8 is going to be enough. However, right now, a 2. While exploring one of the islands, you find a large bird's nest with an animal reagent inside. We draw a card and treat it as a reagent of the same value. Okay, let's go. Oh, that's going to be fun. So, first of all, the reagent is animal reagent of 3 or lower. It might honestly be a smooth croak, because I don't know that there's a 3 that's a plant. Let's see. Wigfish, technically. But honestly, that's at a +10, I think, because I think we might have gotten a wigfish before. Actually, I can't remember if we have. And I don't know that I wrote it down. We might not have. Okay, it's almost certainly a smooth croak. I'm just gonna say it's a smooth croak. So, this has a additional part. We don't necessarily get this. So, we draw a card and treat it as a reagent of the same value. If you try and take the reagent, draw a card for you and a card for the bird. If your card is higher, you successfully grab the reagent. If the bird is higher, it gives you a nasty peck and chases you off and you lose a foraging point. So this could prevent us from getting our crab right away. Let's go ahead and see. This is our card. This is the bird's card. What happens if there's a tie? If our card is higher and the bird is higher, there is nothing about it being a tie. What are the odds? Oh my god. All right. I'm going to say that a tie goes into a tiebreaker. We got to do, nope, we got to do round 2. So, mine, birds. Bird wins! Bird has defeated me, and I lose a foraging point. So, no crab, and also no frog. Viola got a little bit, a little hasty, a little confident, managed to dodge the bird first time, and went in for it again. And this time the bird nailed her right on the hand. She is forced to retreat, paddling the boat like mad, while the bird swoops and screeches at her until she's finally far enough away that the bird leaves. And with that, we don't quite have enough foraging points to get the crab automatically. So, let's draw for crab. 3! Oh my god. Well, that gives us a couple of foraging points, so as long as we don't lose 2, we might find the crab after this, regardless. But on a 3. A flock of surprisingly cunning gull-drakes take turns distracting you while the rest of the winged bandits steal your reagents, you little... Thankfully, you scare them off before they take everything. Choose 1 reagent to keep and discard the rest. If you have no reagents, they bother you for... No! 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 You don't get to do that to me! You don't get to do that to me! No! 1 reagent to keep and discard the rest. Oh my god! I tempted too much fate. I tempted too much fate. Alright. Okay. Okay. Screw it. So technically we are losing some reagents on hand as well, because it's going to be the deep read that we lose. Edit. Because it's basically what we've gathered so far. So we're going to lose the deep read, because I'm not going to keep that. It was just an extra. I am going to lose the glitter snow, because technically we, I haven't been marking them, but technically we, do have some at home. I'm going to lose the hermit snail. I'm going to keep the candy rock. I'm going to keep the candy rock as the one thing. We have to go and at least get a hermit snail from the dungeon. Those little rats. Those little rats. Those little flying rats on wings with scales and feathers. Okay. 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 We can still do this. We can still do this. We have to go back to the dungeon for hermit snail. Then we can just head back and use the glitter snow we have on hand. Ooh! Okay. Okay. Utterly defeated, Viola is forced to paddle back to shore. Pull the boat up onto the rocks, leave it for whoever comes next, and trek up towards Hero's Hollow for some hermit snails. I'm pretty sure... Okay, I think you can find them on the loch, technically. Hold on. Hold on. Are they harder to find on the loch? They are much harder to find on the loch. We're going to the dungeon. It's going to take less time, to be quite honest. So we trek to the dungeon. We do technically find the crab after that, to be fair. Like, we had enough points, and we'd find it after all of that, so, like, yay, we find the crab. Excuse me a second, I did remember that just a moment too late. I'm gonna say order of operations, just for feeling better, is we find the crab after everything is stolen. Now, it still doesn't give us what we were actually after, in a lot of cases, but... Ooh. See, exploration is great until it backfires on you. Ha ha ha. Okay. Hero's Hollow. The snails are 2. Goddamn. Got robbed blind by Goldrakes. Okay, so with that, we head back up to Heroes Hollow. And we hope to find another hermit snail, another shell. On a 9, we come across another scared-looking newbie adventurer. I want to say Nigel did it again. Nigel is back, this time with more confidence that is completely unearned. As we're finding hermit snail shells, there's a sudden shriek as he runs away from something that scuttles off in the distance. Trips, falls at our feet, and looks up, and then immediately latches on, like, please, please, please get me out of here, please! We have very little time left. Very little indeed. I genuinely can't remember if I moved this, guys. I think we're down to this. Very little time indeed. And we have to get home. So, technically, helping the adventurer does reduce the timer by 1. We don't have any more timer stuff that we need to do, aside from getting home, and I'm pretty sure that does take 1 slot. So we can lose a reputation if we don't do this. If we do this, rather. Which is a cruel thing, honestly, of being like, yeah, we're just gonna leave this newbie adventurer in here to figure it out himself. But hey, we're real good at taking care of people. So. I'm gonna say, in this case, we're gonna tell dear old Nigel that, narratively, it makes little sense to be like, no, I've got to go home, don't follow me out the dungeon. I'm gonna say this is before we found the snail shells. We're gonna say that, we're in a hurry. We have to find something. We cannot escort you out and come back. Nigel... let's see. For whatever reason, Nigel isn't going to stick around. They aren't going to stick close. They're going to just nod and say, sorry, I'll find my own way out. I got another map. It is definitely incorrect. Probably even worse than the last one. That he marches off into the dark. We find our snail shells soon after, and head back home. Just in time. So, we have to use up the glitter snow that we had in our stockpile. But it's a good thing we did, given everything that happened there. We put together the glitter snow, the hermit shells crushed, and a little bit of candy rock, just to sweeten it. At least we can do that much for Mercutio. With that, we have completed a potion. Let's see, a potion of glitter snow, hermit snails, and candy rock. For calming bones. So it'd be sweet, it would be maybe a little cool or cold, it would be... I don't want to say crunchy, but there might be a thickness to it. It's definitely like a sweet syrup. Did we just... Hold on. Did we just make ice cream? I think that we might have, like, made a kind of milkshake, guys. A milkshake for bone shake. Mellow jello. Or maybe that, yeah, it could be also a gelatin, you're right. You're right. I like mellow jello. Okay. 1 mellow jello potion, for 30 with 4 sweet on top of it, so that's a bonus 20. We have made a good bit of monies, and we have a 13. Okay. Perfect. Alright, so we are now in a little bit of downtime for the rest of the week. Honestly, I kind of want to go up and try to replace the glitter snow that was lost in the mountain. So, once again, it is mountain searching time. Now, unfortunately, we've been through a lot of mountain stuff, and I really want to have some different events happen, so let's see if we're lucky. So, for starters, Mountain 4, let's see if we find glitter snow. We find it right away, actually. Ooh, this is a new one! Guys, this is a new one. Alright, you stop for a moment to rest by a wayfarer's stone. The rune-carved boulder provides much-needed warmth and comfort. You aren't the only one here today, though. A stranger from a far-off land stops to ask you something. What are they like? What do they want? And do they get it? So, I'll say we go up the mountain, we collect the glitter snow, pack it away in our tin, and head back. On the way, we stop by the stone, because the glitter snow is always in the highest, craggiest, and shadiest parts of the mountain. Places where the sun hasn't gotten to it, where it's still cold. We stop to warm up at the Wayfarer's Stone. As we sit and let ourselves toast just a little bit between the springtime sun and the stone at our back, there comes a traveler. Give me some details, guys. Who is this traveler and what far-off land? What are they after? I'd love some ideas. Let's see, in the meantime, I shall do some writing. Also, that would be there. Let's see. I'm gonna see what else I can pick up in the meantime. In this area. Old monk from Far East seeking fabled rainbow fungus. Interesting, okay. Okay. So, is this old monk of a, are we thinking D&D monk, like the punchy kind, or are we thinking more of the, sort of, like, religious non-combat monk, a lot more meditation, a lot more, that sort of thing? Need to find my, there it is, glitter snow. There we go. Religious, like Tibetan. Gotcha. Yep. Okay. So this old monk from far off to the east comes up and asks if we know where the fabled rainbow fungus would be. We think for a little bit. Viola says, I'm not sure about rainbow fungus. There's a kind of fungus that can be found in the mountains if you know where to look, but I don't think it's rainbow. I think it's mostly yellow. Honestly. We describe foot fungus to them. Is foot fungus what they're looking for? Or is it something else? I can't spell rainbow, apparently. My fingers are tripping over themselves. I got Ranbo just now. Let's see. Alright, he is not able to find it here, so he carries on. Do you know where he finds it? So this game is based, flavor-wise, on a lot of Scottish myth. I think if he's looking for rainbow fungus, he's probably going to find it where the leprechauns live. So there's an isle off to the west. And while the giant's foot fungus around here is one thing, the fungus cultivated by leprechauns elsewhere is probably closer to what he's after. Okay. Alright, so let's see. How far along are we? Okay. Let's go ahead and call it good with finding the glitter snow. And we're going to spend the rest of our downtime, let's see. I think we might just spend the rest of our downtime, not searching for reagents, but, doing some simple things like maybe a little bit of non-reagent fishing at the loch, just trying to catch some basic things like trout and so on. Get ourselves a nice fish dinner. Maybe we spend a little bit of time with Rodriel Craghook if we encounter him again. Just sit there and hear fishing stories, maybe more than we really care to, but he's full of interesting anecdotes as well. So, there we go. Let's go ahead and move on to the 8th week of spring. Recall, shuffle. Okay. So, first of all, do we want to spend some silver? Do we want to spend some silver? Alright. Tools and upgrades. We could go ahead and get that ritual dagger for the ritual circle in the village. I haven't really been using... I need to use the village resources a bit more. I should try and do that this next one. That one is more for trading, like, low-level reagents for high-level ones, which would definitely make sense at a point once we accrue a lot more. Because then we can go, okay, I'm not really getting a lot of use out of these ones that I have in stock. I'm going to trade for this. Alternatively, 70 silver for a coracle to get Blast Fire Bog. Or 100 silver to get up to the Cloud Isles. I do definitely want a broom at 100 silver before we get to the first week of summer, because the first ailment of the first week, basically, of every season, you get a chance to get the star shards. You get higher chances to get the star shards, I should say. If I just find that real quick. It is something... There we go, star shard. Like, Isles 5, but it's -4 for the first ailment of each season. So those could be very useful to have around, and it's real good to get them immediately. Not that it's terribly necessary right now, but... Otherwise, I am waiting on the wand, honestly, until the end of the season on purpose, because I am currently having the golem make the altar for it, and I want to basically be able to craft our own. So I am not going to consider the wand even if I can afford it right now. We're just going to limp along without it because I am being picky. And narrative and stuff. Let's see, we can save up more for, say, a fish tank or something like that. Beyond that, that's like 150 silver, a garden plot is 100. Honestly, I think that the way to do it, I think the way to go right now is to get either the coracle or the broom in order to expand where we can go. And I'm good with either one. We are going to be able to pretty easily afford both within this season, I think. As long as we are not, like, buying anything else. I'm very tempted by the broom for fun of it, but the coracle definitely, it makes sense to be the earlier thing because it's priced a little bit lower. So that might be more the intended path. I'm also susceptible to chat pressure, so let's go flying. Alright, I'm gonna mark off the 100 from that. Oh, I don't think I bumped up my my thing. Hold on. We were 10 here, and then 11, and then 12. No, I did get the 13, correct? The 13 is right. I am very easily distracted, I'm afraid. Okay. What's small? And we want to check off the broom. Okay. Alright, so we have now bought ourselves a broom, a true and proper witch's broom. Not just a sweep out the hearth broom we've already had, not a broom of heather hung outside to signify that this is a witch, this is a place of healing and herbs. We have a flying broom. Those isles are within our reach. Whether or not we get there, who can say? Okay. Alright, in the midst of the euphoria of having a new flying broom, someone, of course, shows up before we can test it. Alright, what's a jack on intermediate? Oh. Silverburn. Okay. Alright, so this is a, something that requires a 2-star curse cure and a 2-star burn cure. There is no timer on it, so it is a 13. Silver is an irritant to more than just the stereotypical werewolf. The afflicted may have a form of lycanthropy, vampirism, or even a form of giver's disease. Let's determine who is afflicted real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and draw that card. Let's see what type of patient we have. We have a villager. So, a new villager. Who is it? And what is causing this silver burn? Do we wanna, if we want to determine that? Could be lycanthropy, could be vampirism, could be just like a form of either of those. Maybe it's not like a full transformation thing, but maybe a parent had it, or maybe this is like a minor form of the disease or something. Maybe it's a form of magic that they use that gave them this, whatever giver's disease could be. Who is the villager? I think we should make a new one. Let's have a new villager for the silver burn. Let's see. In the meantime, I'm going to look at some reagents. Also, let's see. Okay, there we go. Curse and burn, 2 stars on each, which is gonna be a little rough to find. Reagents on hand. What have we got for either of those, if anything? Curse and burn. Nope. Ah, glitter snow for curse, so technically we could do that. I think that might be the most reasonable thing to go for. I'll write it down just in case, but, so it does curse and magic. I don't think we're going to be getting anything perfect here. Let's see. We haven't gone to the forest very much recently. Fairy dust could be mood and curse. Ah, surgeon sap, wound and burn. Adds a point of sweet. So that might be the way to go. See if there's anything else first. Technically, I could go to the forest for both glitter snow and that. It's a higher number in the forest. Okay. So I'm gonna hold that thought, basically. Let's see, the burn was surgeon sap. Let's see if there's anything else for elsewhere. Shadow Shark is ration burn. That's an 8. It's about the same, just a different location. Okay. Nothing really there. Curse or burn. Curse or burn. Star shard. We can go up to the Isles and try to find star shards for the first time. It's magic and curse, but we've already got glitter snow for curse, so I don't know. I really don't know. And it's not better because it's not as isolated, but also it's the Isles. I want to check them out. Moon moss, also curse. Yeah, okay, I need burn. I need burn more than anything. Finding a lot of stuff for curse, not so much for anything else. Ah. Vampire venom can do curse, but I haven't found anything for burn and burn alone, so it's not necessarily worth trying to go for it. Yeah, I think the only thing that does burn is honestly Surgeon Sap, which is wound and burn, so I'm not going to benefit from searching anything special. Okay. Honestly, I want to go to the Isles. I really want to go to the Isles, so I want to look for star shards. Burn is Surgeon Sap. You know, the thing that drove us nuts last time because I was searching for something I didn't need but also really wanted. Adds a point of sweet as well. So, okay. I think we've got our plan. We've got the Isles and we've got the forest, and I think we'll be okay with a very long timer to find everything. So, I'm gonna save the flying for last. Let's go to the forest first and try to find the Surgeon Sap, first of all. In the meantime, who is the villager? I have no ideas, and let's see. Nothing has been said, so let's see. Who's got a little bit of a problem with silver? Time for me to do some rolling, I think. Let's do a name first. Boop, boop, boop. What a name! Paramon! His name is Paramon. P-E-R-R-A-M-O-N. What role in the villager? What role is in the village? What job? It's not necessarily that he handles a lot of silver, but this would... Ooh, the currency in this game is silver. That would be potentially a bit of a problem to have, huh? Okay. So I rolled and got a chandler, which I believe is a candle maker, if I am remembering correctly the terminology. So, let's just go with the candle maker. Paramon the candle maker. So is old Perry here, like, got some form of vampirism, got some form of lycanthropy, got something else going on? I think it would be interesting to be like, yeah, okay, the person making candles is definitely a person, a being of the night in some sense. Thematically speaking, it's silly, but we can work with it. Let's see. Let's say that, if it's something they've had all their life, then clearly it's not something that it's either not been noticed or they have not cared to get it fixed because it's fairly low level. Clearly, with the tracker being at at the extreme, it's not something that they are, like, threatened by. It's a minor annoyance within their existence. However, if they're seeking out help, then either somebody else has come in and gone, no, it's not normal, no, silver is not supposed to make your palm tingle. What are you talking about? You know those things where people who have allergies to common foods are like, oh yeah, you know, I love oranges. I love the way it feels like your mouth is on fire when you eat them. And it's just like, that's not normal for oranges. Broccoli doesn't do that. That kind of thing. So old Perry here had no idea that silver burn was a thing. They just thought that, like, silver coins were supposed to tickle. And it's really only when talking with some friends that they found out that, oh, really? That's not the case, huh? Alright. So, let's say that this is a mild allergy more than anything else. Let's say that Perry might have, like a grandfather who was a vampire, and it really wasn't enough to put down, like, vampiric traits. But, like, his own dad was, like, the same way with silver coins. Didn't really like handling them, tended to wear gloves. His granddad was a vampire in that, like, old, like, pulp romance fiction sense of, like, his grandma may have been wearing a white nightdress and leaving her windows open, sort of thing, in her youth. So we're gonna go with that, and his granddad may have been a vampire. He got none of the cool abilities, he got none of the immortality, he just got a mild allergic reaction to silver. So what we're looking to do is not necessarily permanently cure it, we're looking to make him a salve that is basically going to alleviate the itchy symptoms and kind of let him go about life without, you know, getting numb fingertips if he happens to carry a silver candlestick for too long. So, let's get moving. Surgeon Sap, first of all, for thickness and for soothing qualities. And maybe also sweetness. It's a little silly for me to think of this as a salve, perhaps because of the sweet quality, but you know, we can flavor it, literally, figuratively. Let's go. So, Surgeon Sap, 8 in the forest. That is definitely not getting us there, but we are going to get a couple of foraging flowers up here. Turn down the timer a little. And a 5 in the forest. I don't think we've been in the Glimmerwood Grove this entire session. Let's see, on a 5. Oh, it's our old friend! It's the druid! It's the druid. What? Oh, hold on, I'm scrolling. Hen. We meet Hen the druid. We keep finding Hen the druid every time we're looking for Surgeon Sap. Every time we're looking for a Nurse Willow, I swear, we find Hen instead. Alright, so, Hen the Fitterbulga. Let's see, we are going to draw a card and treat it as a plant of the same value in this area. And what is Hen... Oh, we found a good one. What is Hen up to in this area? Let's see, what's Hen up to at the end of this month of spring? Hold on while I search it through plants. genuinely could just get the surgeon sap, but it's almost more fun to get something unusual. Oh, that's magic, unfortunately. That's animal. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of plants. Could just get Cynic Ivy. We could just get a 3-star thing and have it on hand, and honestly, I think I want to do that. Because that's Forest 13. Mountain's only 9, to be fair, but still, that's quite a lot. So I'm gonna slap that in the reagents on hand real quick. So, Hen is going to show us where to find a little bit of Cynic Ivy. I'll grab this real quick if I can. There we go. Boiled for senses and magic. Alright. There we go. I think that Hen hasn't really been up to too much that's different from the norm. Oh, I've still got the village music going. Hold on a second. Not that we're staying in the grove for very much longer, but still. Alright. So, Cynic Ivy. A strange poison in this hanging ivy causes the afflicted to see everything in duller shades and be impervious to joy, laughter, and surprise. Hen shows us, tells us to be careful of it. It's robbed the joy of life from many creatures that have eaten it inadvertently. Most animals know to avoid it to some extent. It's a strange defense mechanism that the plant grew for itself. It'll still get eaten in tough times, hard winters, by the desperate. It has its uses, magically speaking, for potion makers and herbalists, but there's sometimes side effects if people use it too much. I'll say we talked to Hen about seeing the unicorn a couple of weeks ago. Hen would confirm that, yes, unicorns are a rare sight. One exists in this forest, the one that we saw, for certain. They rarely approach any but the proven, the powerful, and the sort who help others. Druid heard spreading rumor. Yep, after discussing the unicorn, as Viola gets ready to go. Hen says, oh wait, be careful out there. Somebody said that there's some sort of mushroom that's gotten up and started walking around, shooting innocent folk in the wilderness. Never heard of truffles doing such a thing before, but you want to keep an eye out. Stranger things have happened with plants and magic in these woods. Alright, I'll keep an eye out. And it's only upon leaving the forest and heading up towards the mountain, broomstick in hand, that Viola stops and thinks, wait a second. Alright. It's not really worth going back and correcting Hen on that, though. Oh, no, wait, we are not going out to the mountains yet. We have not found our surgeon sap. We found a little bonus thing, but that was talking to Hen. So, correction, we are not heading out yet. It's only as we're continuing our search that we stop and go, wait a second. Okay. I lose track so easily of what we're doing. Surgeon sap! That is a 6. That is definitely not it. Oh no. Okay. As we are searching for the willow, the ever-elusive nurse willow that doesn't seem to grow anywhere along the creeks and streams of this forest, Viola wanders too near a bear's den. The first sign is a couple of cuddly little bear cubs rolling around and wrestling with each other on the ground, and Viola stopping and watching in delight. Delight that turns to mounting horror as she hears a mother's roar from nearby. Viola is forced to take off running. Bear is only slowed down by the denseness of the underbrush and the need to stay near her cubs. Viola has the broomstick with her as well, throws it underneath her, and just takes off, weaving between the trees at high speed. Before long, Viola has lost her, but she's also lost herself. This part of the woods is unfamiliar. We lose 2 foraging points and gain none this turn. So we are at 0 for the Surgeon Sap. We continue to search. Ooh, that is definitely going to finally be the Surgeon Sap. Oh, I've known about this one, and I had an idea for it. Okay, guys. This is going to be one little bit of participation I'm going to ask for at the very beginning. So, we'll get there in just a second. Just be ready. So, this event, as we are, as we find a nurse willow at a creek and extract the sap, stumbling upon it by happenstance and luck, we tuck the vial away and begin to trek through the woods, hoping to find a bit of a clearing area to take off safely and fly back. We stumble into, instead, a beautiful courtyard of azure bricks, hanging moss, and a golden throne. Something that was not there one moment. We round a tree and suddenly, there we are. On the throne sits an amused-looking elf. They ask for a gift in exchange for a story. Do you give them a gift? What do you give, and what do they tell you? So I had the thought of just inventing a little bit of a fairy tale, or mashing 2 fairy tales together. I did misremember it a little bit as we tell a story and get a gift, but instead we give a gift, we get a story. So what kind of gift can we give? We've got Surgeon Sap. We could continue to search for that. Otherwise, there's not a terrible lot else we could give. In theory, we could potentially give a tool like the sickle and go and buy a new one later, but that would be quite a setback. Let's give the gift. I know. This is a bit of a silly thing, so, I'm not necessarily doing this optimally. I am going to give the gift of 1 jar of honey from the hive, 1 use for the season. I'm just going to mark 1 off. We've been doing fairly well on sweet things up until now. I will give the gift of a jar of honey. So, I get a story in exchange. If you would like, go ahead and give me 2 fairy tales. I'll say, in case there's still a couple people participating, I don't know for sure, just give 1 fairy tale, and then wait just a beat, and then type a second one, and I will do the first 2 that get typed. Common fairy tales that are likely well known. And then I'm going to try and smash them together into a single syncretized tale as best I can. It might be short, it might be roughly summarized, but I want to try and do this. I really love fairy tales, they're an interest of mine, and I've kind of always wanted to do some sort of storytelling thing, but I don't have a lot of time, so... So, hit me with a little challenge one. Let's see. I can't quite tell how many people are watching. I think there might only be 2, as is the norm, but there you go. So if those 2 are available and able to type, 1 fairy tale, 2 fairy tale. And if not, then I guess I'll just have to summarize maybe just one of my own knowledge, that I would just have to, like, remember and tell. I'll give it a little bit of time because I know that there is a little bit of lag. There's a little bit of latency. I don't think it's well-known legend in English-speaking countries, but is it fern flower? Like that's a typo? Because I don't know that one. I'm always happy to look it up. Let me try searching fern flower fairy tale real quick. Fern flower. Let's see. Slavic mythology Saturday. Okay, okay. Polish legends. Alright, let me see if I can find a quick version of it, and I want to read through it. Okay. Somebody's got a blog here that might have it. Let me see if it's in full. Let's see. Oh, I think it's actually an analysis. Yeah, that's an analysis of it. So it's not the full tale, it's just a summary. Please give me a full thing, internet. Let's see. Unfortunately, I'm finding a lot of like Wikipedia summaries and such. I'm not finding necessarily a full thing, but that's okay. Full thing might be long, I don't know for certain. Polish legends, please stop giving me like summaries. I just want the full story, please and thank you. Maybe this. Hold on. Try to find it in English, of course. There we go. Okay. I think I might have found one that's not a summary or an analysis of it. So, I'm going to be summarizing a little bit because I don't necessarily want to read this whole thing out. But let's see. St. John's Night is the shortest night of the year, it says. It is on this night that the legendary fern flower blooms somewhere in the forest. The golden flower with its mysterious glowing center blooms for only one night until dawn. When the first rooster crows, the flower disappears and will not bloom again until the following year. It is said that the path to the flower is protected by the trees and mystical creatures of the forest so that only the most courageous and noble young man might find it. The flower possesses the power to fulfill wishes, and whoever finds this flower will have all his wishes granted, but he will not be allowed to share his wealth with others, or he will lose everything. We follow the story of a boy called Jack. Everybody in the village called him the Curious One, because Jack always wanted things which appeared beyond the grasp of others. Once when everyone in the village was sitting around the bonfire, the elder of the village told the story of the fern flower. The boy was fascinated and promised himself that he would find the flower and make all his wishes come true. It didn't matter that it bloomed only once a year. If he did not find the flower in the first year, he would keep looking year after year. When the night arrived, Jack dressed in his best clothes and went into the forest to seek out the flower. He knew the paths of the trees and the forest very well. But on this night, he did not recognize a single thing. The trees appeared much taller, and their branches and trunks stretched out in such a way that he could not always walk around them. The bushes were thicker and spikier, and the pathways were all darker and scarier. Jack kept walking despite all the obstacles in his way, despite the darkness and the terrifying blue, red, yellow, and green eyes watching from the darkness. Jack walked on because he knew the strangeness of the forest, and the scary eyes in the dark were there to prevent him from finding the fern flower. Let's see. He came across a pine tree, so tall it seemed to stretch up into the sky, and so wide it seemed as if it would take forever to walk around its trunk. When eventually he'd gotten to the other side of the tree, he noticed it was not so tall and wide after all, but another trick of the forest. Later he came across a marsh in the middle of the gloomiest, dampest part. There was no way around the marsh, and when Jack tried to put his foot into the water, he almost sunk to the bottom. Eventually, he noticed very small clumps of grass dotted here and there across the length of the marsh. He decided this was the only way to cross the water, so he took a deep breath and jumped from one clump to the next until he'd crossed over to the other side. Jack continued his winding journey through the forest until he came across a massive fern in the middle of a clearing. He noticed a tiny, radiant flower growing on a leaf of the fern. Jack had never seen anything so beautiful. The flower had 5 golden petals, and in its center, something like an eye that flickered and glowed against the darkness of the night. Jack also thought he heard the distant sound of laughter, but told himself that it was just another trick of the forest. He reached out very slowly, but just as he was about to touch the flower, the rooster crowed, and there was a bright flash of light, and the flower disappeared. In the darkness, Jack fell asleep, and the next time he awoke, his mother was standing over him, and he noticed he was lying in his own bed. Jack's mother looked very worried and explained how she had found him asleep in the middle of the forest that morning. He felt ashamed that he had failed, but he'd never told his mother or his friends what he had been doing in the forest that night, because he was afraid they would not believe him. Instead, Jack promised himself he would try again the following year. He thought about the flower all year long until the night finally arrived again. Again, he dressed in his best clothes and went into the dark forest in search of the flower. This time the trees were even wider and taller. There were huge slippery stones on the forest floor and thick ferns, some much taller than the boy. Once again the strange eyes looked at him from out of the darkness, but Jack continued on his search. After many hours, he saw something glowing in the distance. As he got closer, he knew it was the same flower, with its 5 golden petals and the amazing glowing eye at its center. Jack approached the flower in awe, but before he managed to touch it, the rooster crowed and the flower disappeared just as before. Jack was so tired after his adventure that he instantly fell fast asleep and experienced a strange dream in which the eye of the flower looked right at him. The flower asked the boy, "Are you ready to give up yet?" When he eventually awoke from the dream, he promised himself that the next St. John's night, the flower would be his for certain. The year passed very slowly, but eventually it arrived, and again Jack dressed in his best and set off into the forest. This time the forest looked normal, just like it did in the daytime. Jack looked for the flower, but could not find it anywhere. Then, quite suddenly, he noticed it right there at his feet. The flower with 5 golden petals, and the mysterious, glowing eye at its center. Jack reached out and finally touched the mythical flower before the rooster could crow. The flower burnt his fingers as if the petals were on fire, but Jack did not let go. As he put the flower inside his jacket, he heard a quiet voice say to him, "Now you can have anything in the world you have ever wanted, but you may never share your happiness with another soul." But Jack was too excited to hear the words of warning as he felt the flower laying down its delicate roots into his young heart. The fern flower was finally his, and he was going to have his every wish fulfilled. When Jack reached the edge of the forest, he should have been able to see his cottage, but instead he saw a palace in the middle of a large kingdom. This was something Jack had always wished for, to live in a palace and be the ruler of his own kingdom. There was also a carriage with 6 white horses waiting to take him to his new palace. There were many servants inside the palace, but his family and friends were not there, nor anybody from his old village on the edge of the forest. The boy had a very comfortable bed, and mountains of gold in the vaults of his palace. He often thought that he might send some of the gold to his family, but then he would remember how it was forbidden for him to share any of his wealth and happiness with another soul, even his family. If he did this, then everything would disappear and he would be poor again. And so the young boy decided that he must keep everything for himself, and if anybody else ever needed anything, then they would just have to search for the fern flower as he had done. Jack lived what many would call a happy life. But although the young boy had everything his heart desired, he was very bored and so became a cruel and wicked king who treated his subjects unfairly. One day he decided to take the carriage and visit his old village because he's missed his mother very much. When he arrived at the little cottage on the edge of the forest, Jack's mother observed the 6 white horses with fear in her eyes. He stepped down from the carriage with open arms, but his mother did not recognize him. She said, "My son Jack is dead. If he were alive, he would never leave his family. If he ever found the fern flower, he would not keep such wealth and happiness for himself. He would share it with his family and friends." Jack wanted to show his mother how much he longed to share everything he had with her, but each time he reached for the gold in his pocket, he remembered that he would lose everything if he were to share with others. With this realization, Jack's heart turned to stone, and he ordered his carriage to take him back to the palace. Upon his return, he ordered his subjects and his servants to entertain him. He got drunk on wine and tried to forget about his old life in the little village. But no matter what he did, Jack could never forget the look of sadness on his mother's face. 1 year later, Jack decided to visit his family again. This time, when the carriage pulled up outside of his home, his mother did not come out to greet him. Instead, his brother approached the carriage. When Jack asked about his mother, his brother told him that she was very ill, and that his father had gone. Jack entered the cottage and saw his mother laid out in their tiny, uncomfortable bed. She looked very sick and could not even sit up to face her son. Jack felt a great guilt and fear come over him. He could not stand the thought of losing his mother. He wanted to reach into his pocket for the gold that might help his family, but again he remembered that he would lose everything if he were to share his wealth with others. "My mother is old and will not suffer for long," he reasoned. "I am young, and if I give up everything now, I will suffer for many years." Jack turned his back on his family and returned to the palace. But as hard as the young boy tried to forget his family, he was haunted by images of his sick mother and his poor brother. He tried to ignore his feelings, but was unable to enjoy his wealth or his beautiful palace. It was during these long, lonely nights in the palace that Jack realized how useless his wealth really was if he could not share it with friends and family. As time went by, Jack lost weight and his health became very poor. He was always miserable, and his vast wealth no longer seemed to matter. The young man awoke one day and knew he must return home to his family and his friends. He ordered his carriage to take him right away to his old house in the village on the edge of the forest. But when Jack arrived back at his old home, nobody came out to greet him. Jack stepped down from the carriage and approached the little cottage. He looked through a tiny window, hoping to see his family inside, but the cottage was empty. It was then that an old beggar approached Jack and told him, "Nobody lives in that cottage anymore. They all died of disease and hunger, for they were too poor to buy food and were unable to send for a doctor." Jack began to cry over the loss of his family. He was the boy who could have anything he wished for, but what good was that if he did not have his family or friends around to share in his happiness? Jack wished he was dead because he could not bear the thought of being alone any longer. Suddenly the ground opened up beneath his feet, and Jack vanished into the darkness below, the mythical fern flower still clinging to his cold heart after fulfilling the young boy's final wish. The fern flower has never been found by another, and Jack, the young boy whom the villagers once called the Curious One, has never been seen again. So, is it similar to the one you remember? Or is it a different version? Because I know how fairy tales go. Sometimes details get changed. that is the story that the elf tells to Viola in exchange for a little pot of honey. A fitting story of flowers searched for in the forest and the risks that they come with. We can get this result again in the future when foraging in the grove. Every time we get it, we write a little bit more about the relationship with the noble elf. For now, the elf does not give us a name. We haven't earned it yet, but perhaps someday. Viola steps out of the courtyard, looks back, and sees nothing but old mossy trees and rocks. No sign of the blue bricks, the golden throne, or the mosaic work on the ground. With Surgeon Sap in the pack, Viola hurries on to a clearing, finds an opening in the trees, mounts the broom, and takes off over the forest, flying towards the mountains, with the story of the fern flower still caught in her head. Up above the mountains, she rises to the clouds, until she comes upon the Cloud Isles themselves. A sea of white parts, and floating in the sky above the peak, there's an archipelago of stone and moss and lichen, trees clinging to barren tops, grasses swaying in the wind. A new region to explore and unlock. So, this has its own exploration chart. Things that happen on the mountain do not happen up here. To read the description from the book itself: mystical floating islands that rest atop a sea of clouds, ranging from the size of a kitchen table to housing entire forests. These floating mysteries are the domain of harpies, air sailors, and gods. Peaceful as the land may be, the clouds are fraught with danger. Thank you. I did some work on the journal layout. There's a few things that I didn't realize I would have to track quite properly, like the hive, honey stuff. But I've got little moving parts and gems to track, you know, what week I'm on, where my foraging is, all of that. So, yeah, we've just gotten up to the Cloud Isles for the first time. We're gonna go look for a star shard. So, we've got a value of 5 for foraging. Let's see if we can meet or exceed it, and let's see what we come across in the Isles for the first time. A king! Yeah, I think we're definitely finding those star shards. And also, oh boy, guys. Oh boy, are you ready to contribute ideas? Alright, a king's flat off the right off the bat. Okay. Flying overhead, you see someone walking along a rainbow. As you fly beside them, they introduce themselves as a minor god. Who are they? What are they the god of? You keep them company on their walk, and at the end of the rainbow they bid farewell and disappear. Every time you get this event, write some new legend they tell you, or note something interesting about them. Guys, we just got done with a noble mystical forest fairy tale telling elf. And now we have met a minor god, full of more legends and things. So, guys, minor god. Who is this god, and what are they a god of? The world is wide open. Alright. Hueon, the god of refraction. Ham? Refraction is a very interesting thing to be a god of. I see the connection with the rainbow. What is the more, what are more symbolic things? Because there are ideas of rainbows being bridges. Hueon. Okay, is this god's name Huey? I am here in Huey. But yeah, there's gods of rainbows are associated sometimes with travel. This one's walking along it as if it's a road or the matter. It might be a bridge, like the Bifrost. There are ideas of rainbow goddesses being messengers. There's rainbows as like a sign or a symbol or a passage or something are kind of all over the place. So any of those are very valid choices if we want to really tie it to the rainbow. Transformation, okay. Light bending and becoming color. Perspective. All right. Yeah. So basically this is a minor god of, transformation and perspective. I will throw a little bit of travel in there because I feel like that's a decent fold into both of those things. Transformation, especially through and while traveling. Perspective and the way that can change with travel and such. I think that I want to stitch that in because I think it connects to both of those concepts. So, what an introduction to the Cloud Isles. I'm going to put him as Hueon, god of reflection and refraction, travel and transformation. So, there we go. As we fly alongside this god as they walk. I will say that they are a study in shifting colors. The rainbow they walk along is relatively steady in hue. This god's long white hair and robes are almost misty in their form. They shift and shimmer in the wind and the air. And every time there's a fold or a ripple across what would be fabric and hair, it's chased by a rainbow of colors. A shimmer and a shift. It's hard to pin down any one hue. As they walk, they also seem to shift in aspect occasionally. They impart a little bit of wisdom, and their face is lined with ages. A joke causes them to burst out in laughter, and they have the form and the appearance of a child. Youth and age twine together, and ripple back and forth. Every moment is something new. Every experience, something never seen before. Viola mentions searching for star shards never being up here before. Hueon will readily point her in a direction. And then say, but you can stay with me for a while. It won't take you long to go that way. I forgot, I have to put the timer down a little. Hueon asks her what it's like being the new witch. Different than the old witch, but somehow also the same. How has the transition been for the people of High Rannoch? They know a little bit about, Agnes, but they never really asked about anything in particular. It's been very rare encounters. They don't often pay too much attention to the static things upon the ground. They don't have any input, no clues as to Agnes's disappearance, at least not now. But they're sure that as we continue on this journey that we are on, we'll figure it out. We'll discover things. Perspective might change or clear. Other times it might cloud over, but it's only ever temporary. They find the ending of their rainbow and say, well, this is my transition. I will perhaps meet you again. And when I do, we'll both be different. They step into nothing and disappear. Viola heads over to the islet indicated and finds a small shard of starlight, sparkling blue and cold white, embedded in the rock. She chips it out, puts it in her satchel, takes her broom, and flies down to prepare a salve to treat Silverburn. So, for Paramon, we have a salve of star shards and surgeon sap. The surgeon sap gives a, I'll say, sweet scent that makes it more valuable. It's soothing. The star shards add a little bit of magic to push away the inherited half fragment of a curse. We make a good large pot. Paramon might need some repeat treatments, but that's a thing for the future. And in time, the allergy might actually clear. For now, though, this is enough. So, with 30 plus 1 point of sweet for 4, oh god, that's an odd number with 27. 4 and 27 is 31, add 30 more for 61. Okay. And we are now at a reputation of 14. Okay. And now we have a little bit of downtime. I think that the interesting thing to do really is just to go up to the Isles and explore some more for maybe a few more items, maybe just curiosity's sake. So we can go for some Moon Lotus, which will be very simple. Nimbus Fish, which is going to be much easier up there than in the mountains. Ambergris, which is easier in the Isles and very difficult in the Loch. For Sky Whale excretion, don't worry about it. Glacier Moss, easier in the Isles. Moon Moss, easier in the Isles. Not worried about Hiker's Helper, really. That's easy enough to find elsewhere. And Floodbulb, the Isles is the easiest place to find it, so I'm not going to worry too much about the ones that are easy. I want to go for one that's maybe a little bit more difficult, so I'm going to say either the Glacier Moss or the Moon Moss, perhaps. Though, yeah, I think those are the two. Because they're Isle 6. So that could take us, it won't take us the whole time. We're getting 2 foraging points each time, unless we loot stuff. So let's just go ahead and let's go for a little bit of both. Why not? So Glacier Moss, Isle 6, Moon Moss. And that's just basically for storing things and keeping them around. Glacier moss. This bright white moss grows on the side of glaciers and looks at first glance like patches of snow. Experienced mountaineers chew it as it slowly releases the water inside and tastes minty fresh. And moon moss, gray-white moss that rumors say grows on the surface of the moon and was scraped off by Moonbreaker's Peak eons ago. It carries the touch of the moon's magical energy. So, potentially useful little things. Let's go ahead and spend a little more time up in the Isles flying about, because there's interesting things up there, and it is now open to us. So we've got a timer of 6 for our downtime. Let's see what we can do. First of all, we draw, and we see if we get... Oh! We got a joker! We've got a joker. Alright, we are immediately sidetracked by a little bit of clues. Let's go ahead and see what we've got. On an 8. Okay, you know how Rip Van Ter said earlier about something about, like, a beat-up old, like, vampire novel? On an 8, you find one of the witch's favorite novels. It's clearly well-loved. What is it? Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. We're in for, somebody accidentally, called this clue, and, made an offer upon an earlier clue being found, and I had to be like, oh no, hold that thought. So that has now become canon. That has now become canon. The old witch Agnes did like a real cheesy vampire romance novel. So, let's go ahead and, I'm gonna make a note of that real quick. That is going to be before we technically get up to the Isles, just for some narrative reasons. We come across that when we find a place that is clearly, like, hooks near the rafters meant to hold a flying broom. And we'd placed our broom up there, and as we're going and getting ready to go back to the Cloud Isles just for more exploration, more finding interesting things, we take the broom down and it accidentally knocks something off the top of the rafter. It falls to the ground with a thump. Bend down, pick it up, turn it over. It's a paperback book. Cheaply bound, cheaply printed in this world that has printing presses, definitely. Cheesy or steamy? Or, since it's vampire, would it be misty? Good question. Good question. Let me see if anything was offered. It just says one small book of vampire romance fiction. So I don't know, was Great Aunt Agnes really into the steam, or was it a lot more, she was into the drama of fated lovers and immortals and da-da-da-da-da-da. What is the steam level? What is the spice level of this book? I'd say put it on like a scale of peppers, but I do not know or care about how spicy peppers are. So it will unfortunately be meaningless to me. Three out of 5 peppers. So basically, it's kind of crossed the line a little bit of a midpoint steam, but that's not all it is. It's not a complete bodice ripper, but there is definitely a bodice present, and there might be a little ripping, like at the last few chapters of the story. There we go. Viola feels that she's, tasteful fade to black, exactly, yes. Yep. Viola is grateful for the tasteful fade to black, just because she feels like she's discovering a little bit too much of her great aunt's, personal tastes in literature right here and right now. Just a little. It's all well and good on its own, but that context... troubling. Okay. So, we have another clue. And now we get up to the Cloud Isles. Okay, a 4 is not enough to find either of those, but we do go ahead and put up our foraging points. Turn down the timer a little. What is a 4? Okay. We fly up into the Isles and find one of a respectable size, enough that something catches our eye as we're flying overhead. A strange-looking cottage. We fly down. It rests on the rock, with space beneath the foundations, as if it landed here rather than being built. Who lives here? Why, and how do they get around? Every time you get this event, you may ask and answer a new question about this unconventional person. So my first question for this first event is, who is living here in the cottage? As Viola lands, there's a twitch of a curtain. And then a door opens, and someone looks out. Who shall this individual be? Could be a person. Could be some form of monster or other creature. Could be another witch, it doesn't specify. Could be something mythical. Or something mundane. Whatever they are, they're definitely unusual if they're here in a potentially flying cottage. I have a little bit of an idea, but I want to give some time with latency and typing in case there's an idea that wants to be volunteered to me. So I will hold for a moment longer, just for consideration's sake. Let's see. I'm going to throw out that this cottage has a huge pair of wings, like bird wings, laying stretched out beside it. One of the wings looks crumpled in the way that paper sometimes is. The person that looks out is, young, looks relatively ordinary, all things considered. And especially relatively ordinary given the fact that they are in a clearly magical flying cottage of some kind. Let's see. I'm going to name this individual from my chart. Yeah, her name will be Kaiyan. That's Kaiyan according to this, and it is a bunch of made-up names, so who knows where it came from. This is a young lady, looks relatively ordinary, doesn't seem to be a witch, and does not introduce herself as such when asked. She is She doesn't really know the area. She just stays here. She specifies perhaps that this is her grandmother's cottage, but not much else. She's just supposed to stay here and keep it for a little bit. Her grandmother is out doing things. She's busy. There's a sense that not many more questions will be answered, and that the cottage won't be opened. So for now, we leave. We might get more in the future time. Okay. With that, it's not quite enough to find any of the mosses. Let's go for glacier moss first, just to specify. An ace is also not enough. That only counts as one, so not enough to make a 6, but we are indeed moving the track along. Alright. Foraging around on one of the larger islands, you come across an animal that could never have gotten up here on its own. What is it? And do you escort it back to its original locale? If so, how does that go? Decrease the timer by 1 if you do. So I think this is a good place to use the familiars draw cards, just to determine the type of animal it might be and how big it could be. If we get something like an insect, we're going to ignore it. If we get something that can fly, we're going to ignore it. But let's just see if there's anything that can be used to narrow it down. A rodent of some kind. A rat, a mouse, a beaver. I like the idea of it being a beaver. There is a beaver up here. There is a beaver up here, and while it's kind of made a little bit of a home in a small pond that exists and is fed by rainfall, it is clearly not meant to be here. So, we're gonna come across it, we're gonna go, huh, that's not right. How did you get here? But of course, the beaver being a beaver cannot answer. And so we are left with a choice. Do we take it back down and put it into a river or stream? I think that we can do so. I think that it's a matter of catching the beaver, carrying the beaver in a made sling beneath the broom, flying down, and of course this all takes time. We do successfully get the beaver back down, but there was a lot of riding and slipperiness and splashing about, and quite frankly, we're probably only going to find one moss at this rate. We head back up and search some more. Glacier moss. There it is. So, we find a little bit of glacier moss. The flavor thing for this does suggest that we get it from this, but also we can get something else. So, a flying familiar falls into formation with you and asks what you are looking for. You tell it, and it flies off ahead of you. After a little while, it comes back with a reagent of your choice. So, technically, I found the glacier moss by this. I'm going to say that I also mentioned the moon moss because I just picked it up and I don't have much time. So, I picked up the glacier moss with that. And I am going to get moon moss from a flying familiar. So, what kind of flying familiar have we come across? Like a raptor? Like a small dragon? Is there some other form, like a pegasus, or something of the sort? This familiar is all on its own. There is no witch with it currently. So, it's clearly having a little adventure on its own time. But I'm going to go ahead and put those reagents on hand real quick. Edit that. Let's get a little glacier moss. And what we can use it for. And a little moon moss. And the thing it can be. Okay. Save changes. Alright, so the flying familiar in this case. I think it is, somebody has like a small eagle of some kind. One of the ones that's like brown all over, bright yellow beak. It flies off and returns with a clump of moon moss. Viola thanks it, and it says, it's basically like, hey, no problem, I do this for my witch all the time. Perhaps one day you'll meet her. But I have to be back to my own stuff, so I'm off. That the familiar peels away. And we are left with a pretty clear slate. Alright. And I think that that is enough for now. We are an intermediate level witch. We've got a little store of silver set aside. And there we go, shuffle. And we have some questions and some answers and some more questions. We've heard stories from numerous interesting beings. We have dealt with a number of ailments and illnesses. And we are ready for the final month of spring. So I think that's good enough for now, guys. It went a little bit long. Thank you for hanging out with us, with all of this. And, yeah, we'll see what I can do for narrative stuff, or if maybe this is just the log that exists. So, again, no stream next week. I will be back the week after, hopefully, and perhaps we will continue this then. So, till next time, bye!